177 people died from the attacks directly. Hundreds were later sickened cleaning up the debris, and some have died from that. Many thousands of relatives of the victims suffered the loss of husbands, wives, children, partners, siblings, and parents. The nation suffered shock and heartbreak at this first large-scale attack on contiguous U.S. soil. In response, the Bush administration started a bombing campaign and war against the Taliban in Afghanistan that lasted 20 years, causing 2,400 U.S. service member deaths and wounding another 20,700. This morning, we remember where we were when we heard about the planes crashing. We were confused, afraid, and angry. We didn't know how much more death and destruction was going to happen. The shock and fear that was much greater for those in those airplanes, in those buildings, and for their relatives around the country. At the very least, we should honor their memories with a moment of silence and hope and pray and work against the forces in the world that motivate people to harm innocent people. So please, can we have a moment of silence? Thank you. Item 2, which is instructions on exiting the building in case of emergency. Jesse Baker, City Manager.
So if there's an emergency in this room, you can either go down the stairs by the elevator or down the long hallway, and there's another stairway and a refuge point at the top of that stairway by the kitchen. For those, there's currently nobody participating online.
Thank you. Item 3 is agenda review. Are there any additions or deletions or changes in the order of the agenda today? Anybody? Okay, moving on to item 4, which is comments and questions from the public not related to the agenda. We have 2 members of the public here. Anybody else online? Can't really tell. No. Okay, then moving on to item 5, which is discussion. Hold a second City Council retreat on the FY25 policy priorities and strategies shared work plan between the staff leadership team and the City Council. Council request.
All right. But I want to also call out, I appreciate your words a lot, Tim, and I also want to acknowledge that there are likely people in this room having very different reactions to this day, depending on where they were, where their loved ones were on the day, and what they or their colleagues or crews face. So just want to, anyone needs time, there are little rooms, take care of yourself, that's the most important thing. But I have 2 different computers going on here. Let's see how I do. Okay, so this is my proposed agenda. This is really your retreat. We can spend this day however you would like. Having said that, I do offer you options for how to do that. So this is my proposal for the day. So I propose we spend the first couple of minutes hearing from the public on any comments they would like to make about the priorities. I do have this short presentation of an overview of the process. Much of this was in the memo. I did not attach these slides to your agenda this week because I was working on other things for council agendas last week. Then I'm going to have you do an activity with how we have categorized these priorities since our last retreat, and encourage you to decide how you want to spend the rest of your day based on that categorization and your priority of that categorization. And I've outlined some key questions here for you to consider. I do want to share that, as you notice, we don't have a full leadership team here. This really is meant to be your retreat. We brought in the people that we thought were the department heads that were going to be most useful for conversation of the categories that were here. I do want to say we also have a pretty significant personnel thing going on and trying to get ready for Monday budget conversations, FY26 budget conversations. So Martha and Colin and Steve may all step out during portions of today's meeting. And then also want to acknowledge that our wonderful planning and zoning director is doing a really important citizenship thing today. So Kelsey, I think you all know Kelsey Peterson, but she's our senior city planner and she is here representing Paul. Thanks for being.
Sure. Would you elaborate on what Paul is doing, just for those that don't know?
Paul is on his way to the State House to be sworn in as a US citizen.
Finally.
Finally. His choice.
Will we be able to zoom in? Well,
So is this agenda acceptable to you all? Is this way to proceed okay? All right. Do we want to start with any comments from the public on priorities? I think there's two of you.
Excuse me, I briefly looked at the notes on the board. Is there anything up there about the sexton's rules and regulations being a priority? Yes. And if not, what happens to them if they are not accepted as a priority? Do they not get done next year?
So it is a number 3.
I missed it. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Talks about city cemeteries, not sextons. So maybe I missed it.
And what happens if something like that doesn't make a priority list? Does it not get done during that year? Or you may talk about.
I'm going to cover that in the
Okay.
presentation. I'm happy to directly answer that now if you prefer, if you're not going to stay.
I'll wait.
Okay.
Next. Let's see, I've got copies of the wording I'm putting this on, and maybe you can pass them. Council especially. My name is Bob Britt and I'm representing the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee. In reviewing the priorities, the committee at our last meeting on August 14th, we had asked, potentially recommended that wording be added and in what has now been recategorized as we would want the staff and council to include a listing of a number 1 embedded policy in support of the city's 2024 goal number 42. And the wording that came out was, and especially in light of the fact that we list each of the city center bicycle and pedestrian projects in the priorities embedded number 1, that we have a general one that says, continue to make progress on connecting the gaps of the city's bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure network through the completion of individual projects, maintaining the network, improving network safety, and spending penny for paths funding accordingly. We came up with that thinking, just to recognize before we get into 2s and 3s on priorities, that the bandwidth in our DPW staff is only so much. There's a lot of positions not filled right now and other things, but we want to, respect the staff's ability to complete the Penny for Paths CIP projects in support of our climate action plan. And it's basic. They've got 5 or 6 projects ongoing right now that we're trying to get done. And the more that gets loaded onto their plate, they're not able to get those done. And those are important to get people out of cars and to make it easier to be on your e-bike, et cetera, without bumping along. So we're daring to go out on a busy street. So that was the rationale behind it. And we just thought it got missed because the I-89 bridge is so visible, but just the paths and the crosswalks that the city is working through using penny per path money that's often used as leverage to get grants. Just thought we should add that. We thought, I should say. I don't know if feedback.
I think this is fabulous. And I think it's a really key component to what's going on. We call ourselves, or are trying to be, a bikeable and walkable community, particularly in the warm weather months, when it's feasible for anybody to be doing it. And I can say that getting from my house to here on a bike is not particularly fun, and it should be. And so I am in full support of the bike pit infrastructure.
And I would add, there's 6 items that reference goal 42 in the list right now. And I noted that there may be opportunities, and I think, Jesse, you asked where there are sort of umbrella topics. That would be my paraphrase, but you referenced some opportunity for that. And that may be something we can consider throughout the day of sort of cross-referencing where goals like this are addressed, and then ensuring that this particular goal gets addressed in some fashion.
I see that maintenance is a really big issue because we have a lot of existing paths and they're getting older, and there are a lot of tree roots that are causing ripples, and they were built to an earlier standard, right? And so they're narrower than they're being built today. So that's sort of like there's a time when we're going to want to reconstruct those paths, right? And that's going to take a significant amount of money. But in the meantime, at least we need to, there's some great work done a couple of years ago down Stonehenge, right? And also at Nolan Farm Road, where there were tree roots that were causing disruptions. So, but I know there are a lot of instances where the paths they need repair. So in my mind, there's other work going on for connectivity, right? But repairs are important too.
I guess I would also share my support, but add the factor of the safety factor. I think we've also talked very much about thinking, but ultimately this is going to get back to, I think, for me, it's, I guess, a better understanding, at least for me, I can't speak for my colleagues, of the city's capacity. Because, the easiest answer to say is, let's do everything and life will be super. But I think, what, at least for me, early on, sort of sharing with us, what is the capacity? I've heard of staff shortages, the revenue capacity of that. So I think that would help shape the ability to answer or make decisions based on like this particular proposal about prioritization.
Do you want to see if there's other comment?
Other comments? Wendell, did you have a comment?
It's not right now. No, I'm here with Peter. Unless you want to comment on size of city councils around the country.
And then Anne Lalonde is online as well.
She is?
But she does not have her camera on.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Hi, Ann.
And
Did you want to make a statement? Maybe she didn't hear.
Anne, are you interested in making a public comment?
I think we were just here if you had questions about our report.
Oh, now she's muted.
Okay.
She says she's okay. All right, shall I keep going for the presentation then? Okay. Like I said to some of you earlier, this is our first run at Zoom council meetings, so figuring it out as we go. And I have 2 different computers going here. All right, so I wanted to, before we get into the big kind of discussion of prioritization, just remind the leadership team and the council of what this is. So this process is really meant to be an annual process between the council and the leadership team to set a work plan of what the actions are we're doing every year to align to the policy goals the council has established, primarily through the city plan. So we are more efficient and effective together if we have a shared understanding of what that work is to do in a given year. I also want to call out that this is not meant to be an inventory of what the city does. This is really meant to be, what are the things we are working on this year to change the community, to move forward towards the vision of the community for the future. So what is not on here is we're going to answer 911 calls, and we're going to implement pennies for paths, and we're going to run elections, and we're going to process invoices, and we're going to do all of the work that, quite frankly, about 90% of our staff does on a day-to-day basis. We're really talking about those special projects and special actions that we're going to prioritize this year to make the change the community wants to see as outlined in the city plan. I shared this with you at the last retreat, but just as a reminder, the council and leadership team have very complementary but different roles in this process. So the council's role really is to set the policy. Just a reminder, you have existing policy documents that you also have adopted: the capital improvement plan, which is a 10-year plan of investing in municipal infrastructure, our annual budget, and of course the city plan. So your role is really to think about, are these actions the right thing to do? Are, from what you're hearing from the public, are they priorities for the community? And then adopt the policy and provide the financial resources for us to achieve together the success on these actions. The leadership team with our staff is really in charge then of implementing that policy that you set. We also have the obligation to bring you our professional expertise in areas of infrastructure planning, law, public safety, et cetera. And it's our obligation to talk to you about the implications of your policy decisions. But ultimately, the policy you adopt, we are obligated to implement.
Yes.
And together, that enables us to hold the public trust.
Before we leave this page, just as it's come up at 1 or 2 council sessions before, whose responsibility is it to suggest and or drive policy?
I think it is that's a conversation for you all, maybe.
Well, on this page, I mean, you talk about adopt on the left, implement on the right, but who suggests, promotes, drives?
So I think it's a shared responsibility. I think your primary policy documents are your annual budget, your capital improvement plan, and the city plan. So that is shared development between the community, staff, and the council. I think primarily you hold the policy responsibility, and you hire professional staff to run city operations, and sometimes those city operations require policy changes. So I did not include on here, this is like the one presentation I've not included my S-curve map on, but for those of you who have seen it before, that is what I'm trying to articulate is that the vision and policy of the city, you hold the majority responsibility for, but staff holds some responsibility for. Much like for managing staff holds the majority responsibility for, and council always has the right to come to me and say somebody's not performing at the level that you would expect. That appropriately. Any other questions on this? This is kind of foundational.
Can I just have a clarifying question? My understanding that included in in the leadership team's implementation, professional expertise, and implications, there is either an overt or implicit recommendation there based on those. So I have considered not only required policies that might result from state statute, for instance, that the city might come to council with, or city staff might, but included in those, I do believe and understand there is a recommendation as well. Is that implied in here, or how would does that need clarification?
A recommendation of policy from staff, or a recommendation from staff on?
A recommendation
council
of direction
action?
or a recommendation of what council should consider.
Absolutely. So I think in our form of government, when I look at specifically for me, but bringing with me the entire staff, in my professional organization and my code of conduct, part of the definition of a city manager in a city manager council form of government is that it is my obligation to bring forward professional expertise to you. I think that's one of, for people who think a lot about governance and the difference between a strong mayor and a council manager form of government, that is one of the big differences, that I have an obligation outside of politics, outside of my personal political ideas, to bring forward recommendations that bring the expertise of all of the department heads and all of the years of service that folks have said. And quite frankly, like reading your tea leaves, understanding where this body wants to go, understanding what we're hearing from committees, what we're hearing from the community, to try and help package and inform how you're making policy decisions. You all have to make huge policy decisions really quickly at publicly warned meeting. It is our obligation to give you information that's hopefully neutral and accurate and informed to make those quick policy decisions.
The but with that is when they are political, we'll give you the implications, but not a recommendation. We typically stay in order to stay neutral.
Other thoughts? All right. So I want to share a couple of observations again before we dig in. So this has been a kind of unusual process in that we're kind of working under last year's work plan, working under the budget, working under the CIP, working under the city plan, but don't have a fully adopted set of priorities at the moment. So we are really hoping to get there today or very soon with a shared work plan. And we think that that shared work plan will help us have more efficient council meetings, will help staff be more efficient in what we are working on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis. Will allow us to be the implementers of what you would like to do. Hopefully will limit our revisiting of past decisions and ensure that we're all kind of pulling together in the same direction. I don't think these things have happened in the last couple of months. I think you've done a lot of great work in the last couple of months, but I think it's been a little chaotic. It has not necessarily been strategic. And we are really hoping that we get to a point with defined priorities. We staff know what you want us to do in any given week or month. That also allows us to, make sure we're continuing those long-term priorities and not just reacting to the new thing right in front of us. And we need sufficient time to be responsive to things and integrate new work into our existing work plans. I also want to call out, and I think this happens all the time with counselors and staff. The in the weeds work is super fun. And it's what you see, feel, and touch when you leave your homes. And it's what your constituents talk about. It is what you all pay us to work on. We really need you to stay at a high policy level, not an operations level, and let us manage the operations work, let us manage the operations challenges, let us do that work, and we need you to stay at the policy level. There are certainly huge gray lines in that, what is policy and what is operations. So that's I think a conversation we will continue to have in the months to come, in the years to come. But I just want to acknowledge that we get to do the really fun work and you all have to do the hard policy work. And then of course, as outlined, this is an incredibly ambitious list of work. We will not accomplish all of these things or even a subset of these things, but we believe that we can make, well, we hope, given the conversation you have today, that we will be able to make progress on all of them. If you add a bunch of new stuff or you don't take away any stuff, maybe not. I also wanted to call out that there are 10 or more ordinance changes listed on this set of recommendations. As you have seen in the last couple of months, ordinance changes take a long time. There's a lot of statutory process. And I want to be conscious that not only are we talking about the capacity of staff to do work, we're also talking about the capacity of your agendas to move things forward. So how we are strategic in which of those ordinance changes we're going to focus on in the next 9 months, I think will allow for more efficient work over time. I would also—
In excess of water and sewer and stormwater?
Sorry?
There are 10 more besides stormwater and water and sewer ordinance changes?
So those are 3 of the 10.
Those are 3, okay.
Yeah.
But those are kind of done now, right? Almost?
Does anyone think it's a?
So we're really
And we
at seven.
have
We're at seven.
Tom, you have nothing more to do, right?
I'm just gonna have to. I saw the 10, I'm like, what's the status of the 10? Because we've been doing a bunch of, a few times, so.
We also wanted to comment that as you start ordinance update discussions, we really encourage you to start with a council conversation of what are you trying to achieve with opening or writing a new ordinance? What's the policy goal? And is an ordinance, is a regulation the most effective way to do that? Is education and incentives the most effective way to do that? Have that conversation in advance before we have the legal team start actually drafting legal language. So it's a recommendation for moving forward, but again, takes agenda capacity, takes time, whatnot. And then once you've defined your priorities, of course, please listen to professional recommendations and legal guidance. Oops, wrong computer. So since the June retreat, we've added a couple of new priorities. So not or on this list marked as new are revising the sewer ordinance, the charter committee expansion, looking at all resident voting, re-engineering Market and Detilio Drive, and issuing RFP for non-public safety professionals to function as crossing guards. Also not on this list because it wasn't a thing until last week are the Longview project, the Scott Ruggiero transfer, which was on the agenda beforehand, but we haven't received your direction yet. Over the weekend, I got this request from the Scotts on their property. We also have a TDR purchase of Leduc that Paul is working on. And of course, there's the Farrell Estate, which is very early in permitting, but could become a big city project very quickly. So as with Bob Britt's recommendation, I'd encourage you to keep these things in mind also as you're doing your work today. So process to Peter's question. So today, our hope is that you all will have a robust conversation between the 5 of you of what you want to prioritize over the next year. Over the next 9 months, we as staff will have intentional and focused time to implement those policies. We will also maintain a parking lot or bike rack of ideas of things we want to continue looking at in the future. At your last retreat, you talked about those being things that would be integrated into a council agenda for further discussion over the next 9 months. They also could just be priorities that we say we don't want to lose, and we'll re-look at them in FY26 when we redo this process. And then of course you have, I don't know what we're at right now, 11, 12 policy committees that you can charge with helping you do this work. So once you have an adopted set of priorities, that will be shared with all the committees and staff liaisons and council liaisons for them to develop their FY25 work plans. We also intend to have an all committee meeting this year coming out of that. Do we change the committee structure conversation from last year? So to Peter's direct question about what happens to the things we deprioritize, you can tell us, we don't want to ever do this again. They come off the list. Much more often, councils say, this is not a priority for the next 9 months, but we want to make sure that we revisit it in next year. We revisit it as grant opportunities come up. We revisit things. We don't lose them. They stay on a bike rack. They stay present in conversation. Does that sort of answer your question, Peter? Good Lord, Tim. Given the amount of documents I've produced for you in the last week, I am sure there are 11 typos here.
There's another one.
Some other things to think about. There is a lot of alignment already. You all have a lot of shared priorities, and I think that's something to celebrate. I'd encourage you to think about, we've heard some of this already, our staff capacity. What are the core municipal government things that only we as a municipality can do? There are lots of things that only the city can do. There are no other public or private partners who can do. Where is our focus between doing those things well and making strategic change in the community? Also, where is our priority of us doing things that others in the other organizations in our community could do? Encourage you to think about your council meeting capacity. I'll leave it at that. And then return on investment for these strategies. So are the things that you're prioritizing the kind of things that are going to make the biggest change in our community? And of course, what is core government? What are the things we have to do and what could others do? Like I mentioned.
So do you have a list of the, I don't mean to interrupt, but do you have a list of those items that are incurring severe amounts of Brownian motion on staff, meaning that you feel like you don't have good enough direction from council? And so you're sort of like not sure what direction to take, and either you're waiting or you're spinning wheels, or you're actually doing work that is not producing any value because you feel like you don't understand the priority. Do you have a list? Is that embedded in this list that you'll be able to identify easily, or?
That's a great question, Tim. I'm gonna try and answer that, but others, please feel free to jump in here.
To answer it now, that's just a general question that we could, think about, that you can think.
Well, I would say from my point of view, from my perspective, I don't think that there are necessarily priorities that we don't know what the next step you want us to do is. I think it's much more, we don't have agreement from you all on what you want us to work on. So what we've done in the last 2 or 3 months has really been very reactionary to what you immediately are asking us to do, and we haven't been kind of strategically forwarding the long-term work of the city. Kind of a minor example, but come on, I don't mean to call you guys out, but we have to close right of way for the bridge project. That is a huge amount of work. And when we're doing other when we're asked to do other legal review of things very quickly, or responding to big public records requests as a result, or things like that, we're not getting those long-term projects done.
It's all reactionary.
It's all reactionary.
It's in basket stuff that you didn't expect to get.
We're doing, I think I'll say more bluntly, we're working 1 week at a time, knowing whatever comes out of your meeting or what's going to be put on the next agenda. We spend a ton of staff time being reactive to what's popping up quickly versus what we know is in the funnel throughout the year.
There's some things we don't know are coming, and you don't know are coming either.
Yeah, and we're always going to have we can do the best work today to come up with a shared work plan, and something's going to come up in November that we have to respond to. I don't want to minimize that. That's going to happen. But our request is that something is not just revisiting old decisions that have already been made, or revisiting kind of the hottest thing on Front Porch Forum, but really, is it a strategic thing with a policy action that you all need to talk about? And it will change. This is, if we get this 80% right, I'm psyched. All right, you ready to do some stuff?
Can I ask first clarification? In reading this map, I was thinking, or this chart that you did share, I was trying to understand. You have priorities, and then we have must do, may do, and then we have this embedded policy 1, high staff priority 3. To me, it was just trying to understand, must do is something that must be done, and if that's the case, I would think that'd be priority 1, or it just must be done and it's at some time, and that's why we're trying to figure out why must do can also be on number 3.
Yeah, so I think Mike, when Andrea printed that out for you, she printed it right from the Excel document and not from the PDF that we shared linked in the council agenda. So the must do's, may do's, as you might remember, are how in the June retreat, we staff prioritized importance of things. And at the June retreat, I heard from you all that we hadn't given, or my interpretation of some of what you commented on was we hadn't given you enough options for things to change, that we were being too dictatorial about what this should include. So between June and August, we went through all the actions and tried to redefine what are the things that, so I'm skipping ahead here.
Yeah, if you could.
What are the things that, I think there is a copy sitting around, but Rob, if you want to
Is there a copy
If you-
or no?
Is there something over there?
Don't worry, I'll work on it as soon as.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Hold on, don't worry. Okay.
I was just trying to
Can you
understand
just
what.
have Andrea print out another set of, or maybe like four
Another
column,
column also about columns.
calling, maybe like 4 or 5?
Yep.
Sorry, Mike.
No, that's good. I had a couple other questions trying to understand this. There's so many contradictions, but obviously I'm looking at the wrong thing. So.
You're looking at the right, everything that they see is also on there. There's just an extra column.
Unfortunately. And there's also the columns about champion, council requests, dates, all this stuff,
Yes.
which also I was trying to understand what seemed to be contradictory. Okay, great.
So so moving into this activity and directly related, Mike, is, so what we've tried to do in the categorization for this retreat that we didn't do last time was give you more options for where you could shift priorities. Historically, we've given you a set of priorities and you've fine-tuned it, but you haven't really overhauled it. So what we tried, so there's 68 actions listed here, 68 priorities. We've categorized those by ones. Those are what, there are 22 of those, and they are here behind Tom. Those are things that we really don't think you should change. These are things that the community has taken big bond votes on, or we have TIF funding for, or we've gotten big federal grants for, that if we were to walk those things back, we would be returning money. We would lose a lot of past staff work. They'd be hard things to undo. Twos, which are back on this wall, the second one, labeled twos at the top, are things that are very high priorities for staff. So these are things that we in our professional capacity highly recommend you continue to support and fund and prioritize. We think these are the things that are going to best set us up to be as effective and efficient into the future. So things like new finance system, permitting system, et cetera. And then threes, there are 32 of those. Those are on the back wall. Are there things that we are committed to working on and we have heard interest in from the community before? To some extent, the council has funded them, but are things that are your policy decisions, whether we toggle them on or off. So we've tried to give you lots of options of putting your fingerprints on what you would like us to do in the next 9 months. Any questions on that, Andrew?
So 2 questions. In terms of capacity, is it your perspective that staff has capacity to do all the ones and twos?
My perspective is that staff has the capacity to further all of the ones and twos. You know, like there are lots of ones and twos that are like build the bike headbridge. We're not going to do that in the next month or the next month. We're going to do the work this year.
Apply resources to see that they're moving along in an appropriate way.
Yep.
So ones and twos are covered. And once those are covered, how much capacity is left for the threes?
That is a great question, and I think it's impossible for me to answer
But is there
because
capacity?
there is some capacity. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of things on the threes that we gave you as must-dos in June.
Yeah.
So we're not asking you to eliminate 33 actions here.
Okay.
We're asking you to where on
Give
the,
us a sense, Jesse, as we go through the threes. Can we do half of them, or is one of them like so much, like, you know what I mean? Because ultimately, this is a question of staff capacity, right?
Yep.
I think we'd all probably, looking at this list, think most of these are really important. And so it really is gonna be your feedback. Like, which of these take so much time that we can only do 1 or 2 of them? Which of these 10, are really things we can incorporate and we can move them along, right? I mean, that's gonna be really important.
Mhm.
Okay.
so I would say that the list we gave you for the June retreat about our recommendations were the work we thought we could do in a year. And I heard from you all that you weren't happy with that list and you wanted to add a lot of things onto it. So that's why we're trying to give you options of, given what you wanted to add on, where can we take off? And the challenge with answering that question broadly is that it's not all the same people. So you can eliminate everything Tom's working on.
Sure.
And
Look at Tom, don't.
And
maybe so there's a ebb and flow of what you
all
can.
of these threes, we've got that list, right, which I would argue are threes.
The growth list,
Like that,
the council.
That
decisions?
list.
Yeah, I did,
Right, which,
well, yes, let me talk about those for a second.
just one more question, I'm sorry. I was surprised by 1.3 on this list, and I'm wondering if other people are surprised by it, the climate director.
Yep.
Because it's funded, right? I mean, we've all said how important that is. It's kind of a linchpin to getting many other things done. City plan says how important climate is. I'm surprised it's a 3. That's one that, like we're saying, is not a must or.
Yep.
I'm surprised by that.
Okay, so can I answer both of those things?
Sure.
I anticipate that this will be a whole topic area that we talk about today. I knew that this was going to surprise you. The reason we categorized it as a 3 is that I think we've demonstrated to you all that to implement the climate action change in municipal operations, we have done that with staff capacity. We can continue to do that with staff capacity. The second and third part of the climate action plan is getting everybody else out in the city to change their heating systems and to get out of single occupancy vehicles and to do a lot of other things that's going to require a lot of community development, a lot of locating other funds, blah, blah, blah. If you all want to say this year, in a year of kind of austerity for the community and concern about tax rates and whatnot, that we're going to solely focus on our government operations implementation of the climate action plan and not start going out and doing the community-based work, I think that's something that you all need to decide whether you're going to toggle on or off. I think there's in one or the twos, there are the things about implementing the climate action change that are about how we operate our organization. So that's why I categorized it as a 3, or why we categorized it as a 3. I think this should be a topic area for you guys to talk about today. Can I just answer his second question? And then the second question I didn't mention in my presentation is, so on the sheet right behind Tim, you have, so for the June retreat, you all submitted ideas of priorities to us. Many of those priorities were either already in the recommendations somewhere, or we integrated them in. So they're sitting somewhere on 1s, 2s, and 3s. And if you look at the big Excel sheet, you can see where that crosswalk is. The ones behind Tim are the ones that at your June retreat, you said, at least 2 of you said you were interested in talking about these. And so what I heard from that retreat was that you wanted to keep them on the bike rack and calendar them into a council agenda sometime this year to talk about if they had more traction, if you wanted to move them forward. On this chart behind Sue is one of the conversations we had in June is this conversation about growth. And there are lots of interpretations of these words. So I'm going to use my words and understand that I am not totally capturing the community conversation. So folks have talked about a growth management plan. Folks have talked about how we incentivize growth in the city. Folks have talked about, do we grow at the rate we are growing? Do we try and grow less? Do we try and grow more? And there was expressed interest in the past of having an intentional community conversation about those concepts. So we talked about that in the end segment of the last retreat. So I tried to capture what I heard you talk about. This is a huge amount of work unto itself. So you're also going to need to determine if we move forward with some intentional conversation around growth. So those are the other 2 spreadsheets that are posted here that I haven't talked about. Mike.
I guess I'll just do questions. So, and I think this is really important conversations to have before we start this process. So, because otherwise I agree fully with Andrew that, capacity is going to create a reality of what is possible. It's not like, we all just won the lottery, you've announced that you guys bought the ticket and now we're just, going to do whatever we want. So I guess my question is, am I correct in understanding, and then also I understand that once we make these decisions, the discipline is also on us, right, to not chase whatever shiny object that basically crosses our path. But in June, the 1 and the 2 is what you had presented us, and the 3s are all the things we threw at you. I just wanted to, or there's some things on the 3 that you guys thinking, as long as we're going to be talking about other things, because in your answer to Andrew, you said there is still, you perceive more capacity. Here are some of the things that we think that may be done. Here are some of the things we've heard from the public or from you guys. So is it sort of that sort of grab bag of 3 categories?
Sort of. So the 1s and 2s were all on the June list. The 3s were many of the 3s were also on the June list as things we thought that we are prepared to work on. We thought that these were going to be priorities. I assume that many of the 3s are going to continue, that you're going to say yes to a lot of them. Maybe you'll eliminate a handful of them. What was also integrated in, so everything you saw in June is still up here. Nothing was taken off. What was added were your council ideas and the new things that have come up between June and now.
That we basically chose to go with.
That you have made policy decisions to go with since
Right,
June. So all resident voting,
Right.
updating the sewer ordinance, those things.
And the other question is obviously you phrased it again, what we can do in the next, what the city can do in the next 9 months. But part of the discussion is also, as you mentioned, a lot of these are multi-year projects, multi-year endeavors. I don't know if it's in the growth capacity context, we'd be talking about it, but and on part to the issue that Andrew raised, we also be talking about, what commitments we're willing, but if we're going to do these 1 and 2s at a minimum, and perhaps 3s, should we be talking about how we, what are the staff requirements? But does that imply additional, which also implies additional costs? Should there also be, there ever a process of a multi-year? There's a lot of institutions I've worked on. There's, this year's staffing patterns, and then sort of, based on with this project, with this process about strategies, objectives, multi-year staffing requirements and revenue models. Is that going to be a part of this discussion, or?
So we don't.
The 3,
Yeah.
If we know that we're going to grow in this particular way in terms of capacity, whether it's revenues or staff, then it sort of broadens the perspective of what is possible. If this is saying this is basically the projections we're going to work with, which is a sort of straight line, staff-wise or inflation built-in budget, then obviously that changes the breadth of possibilities that we can embrace.
So I'd say almost all of these are multi-year priorities. There are very few things that are listed here because they are actioning the 8-year city plan, right? So most of these things are very large. Most of these things have been on the policies and strategies list since we did the first iteration 3 years ago. So there is definitely a multi-year component to that. You see that also in your capital improvement plan. That is a 10-year plan that the prior council adopted. We don't have a 10-year human resources implementation plan or capital improvement plan, human resources improvement plan. I know that's something that I'm not sure you're specifically alluding to that, but that's something that sometimes organizations think about. I really struggle with those because I think that they set up a really, they're hard to manage staff expectations to those. It's certainly something we could develop in this growth conversation of where have we been in our population and our infrastructure and our staff capacity, and where will we need to go into the future, but we have not done that work yet.
And that also applied to revenue because it's in both cases, it's staff and the budget to meet our aspirations, assuming that there's a constant of services continued.
As I'm looking particularly at the 3s, it's easy for me to see how many of them have Baker as the lead or how many of them have Demetrio as the lead.
Yeah.
And that's useful in trying to figure out who's overloaded and who isn't. But one thing that's missing for me on a lot of these is level of effort.
Yep.
So Tom may only have one thing on the 3, the level of effort is 20. And is there a way for getting a little better sense of that so that I think, I want to get rid of this one, but it's actually something that doesn't take any time and nobody's working already versus how do we get that background information to really understand how to prioritize these?
So I hope that will be a lot of today's conversation. That's why we set aside so much free discussion time today to talk that through. I think one of the kind of chicken and egg thing, can you just leave them over there in case anyone comes in? Does everyone have what they need in their paper? It's just,
We don't have printouts of these, do we?
that's what those are.
No.
That's what this one is.
They're just in a
In a
list.
list form.
They're just in a list with the 1s, 2s, and 3s ordered. So Andrew?
I got it.
Okay. Yeah.
It's this one, right?
So this is all also for those online who might be participating, linked to your council agenda in the public domain. There is nothing here that is not posted publicly. This presentation is not posted publicly. Because I did not get my act together last week to do it in before this week. Lori, I really appreciate what you're asking for. I think that I hope we have a lot of conversation this morning and this afternoon about those nuances. It is there's no science here, right? So there's a real question for me as a manager about, we could write you Gantt charts and budgets and whatnot for every single one of these. And that would take up a huge amount of time and still wouldn't give you a right answer of something you should pick. Like this is your value of what you want us to work on. And then it's our responsibility to tell you what the implications of those choices are, which is what I hope to do this afternoon.
Yes, you can. And I think that's part of the role of like Tom and myself being in this retreat today, is we can give some of that feedback. Like if you're like, pretend I'm Paul Connor. If there's a Paul Connor thing listed, I have at least some sense of like, that's a 5-hour thing, or it's a 500-hour thing. Like I have that the sort of order of magnitude. I can't tell you if it's 5 or 7, but I can tell you if it's 5 or 500.
Good.
And I think, Tom can do the same for his things, and legal can do the same for theirs. And that's part of the role of the department.
That's why Leanne selected who's in the room.
Semi-leads or fake leads or whatever are in the room.
You are definitely not a fake lead, my friend.
I'm a deputy or something, secondary, somebody.
From that perspective, then, should we assume that when if it's in column 1 and 2, already baked in is the staffing needs and the revenue based on a straight line projection? Or, because I did notice that, and because there's that column, anticipated new funding, said new funding keeps popping up in some form or shape, probably in 70 to 80% of.
Yeah, great question. I didn't talk about that. So yes, the other change we made from June was to add that funding column. Amending your statement, I would say for the 1s and 2s, we have the funding we need for FY25 to accomplish the work we think we need to do in FY25, more or less. You might see a surplus request or 2 about that on Monday night.
Surplus is good.
But lots of surplus options. What is not included, where that statement isn't universally true, is many of those things have implications into the future. So we're going to build a new bike ped bridge. We're going to build a new city center park boardwalk. We're going to build Garden Street. That all is going to require new maintenance into the future. So there is a new cost implication of that work, but it's not in FY25, which is what we tried to call out in that orange column. What we tried to very quickly call out for you was where we needed new one-time money versus new ongoing operations money into the future. Hi, Elizabeth.
Hello. I have a question, and it's as much to my colleagues as anybody else. I wonder, before we get into, specific actions that have been identified, because I took my assignment very seriously, but as you know, I want to modify it as we go along. But I wondered if my colleagues have sort of thought about maybe more of an umbrella, not necessarily statement, but sort of what do each of us want to accomplish out of this? And maybe some observations we've made looking at these documents. So there might be a little bit of context because I can anticipate, if you put a green dot or a red dot on something, then the conversation is going to be all about either changing a red to a yellow or green, or, having a more tactical conversation around how to get to fewer greens. And I've seen, what my observation is, several of these goals or these policy discussions can be linked to broader priorities for the city. And I guess I wonder, would each of us sort of be prepared to frame what our expectations are to finish the day with?
That's a great idea. I mean, so just going back here for a minute. This is really, we have now come to the end of what I've been talking I wanted to do at you today, other than responding to what you were at. So you have basically between now and 3 o'clock to use this time however it's useful for you. So if we wanted to, take the next 10 to 10:20 segment or 10:30 statement and just have you have that conversation, that's move a topic area up, have that conversation.
Good idea.
I like it.
I want to go first.
What's that?
Good idea. Does everyone think that's a good idea?
Yeah, sure. Mike?
Sure, yes, sure. Yes, so the
Just
change
checking.
that I've been
I wasn't sure if I saw.
copying my notes from the previous thing that I had to shred.
You want
Yeah.
to go first? Or
I'm happy to go first if everybody's agreeable to that. I will try not to take very long, but to me, sort of synthesizing is important. A couple of things when you look at key questions and suggestions, I did not think the first two
Yeah, I'm gonna
would
go.
be that relevant. It's the one you had up.
It's a little bigger here.
Oh,
It's the
thanks.
same question.
Yeah, I actually felt the first two might not be that helpful, but it was the third one that prompted me to look at batching things a little bit. And then that may lead to a specific in-depth conversation. And I don't know if I got those in my draft, but so let me just sort of start. I would preface what I hope to get out today by saying there are some, and I put this on a very low level of importance, but something as I've onboarded is important in terms of, I think, how we manage our time as a council and things like that. There are some sort of meeting process opportunities. I think if we could spend a little bit of time sometime today to talk about that. And it would go into like agenda planning and things like that. So I'll just put that into some minor process modifications. The way that I looked at this list was sort of with an eye first to budget implications, because I do think, practically speaking, we're coming into budget season and we know what the school system is going to look like. So just kind of keeping that somewhere in the dialogue. And then also, I think an overriding goal from my perspective is striking that balance between aspirations and maintaining the quality of existing services. And I know you talked about not spending a lot of time there, but that is also where we get a lot of feedback too. And that is an area that I think our community has come to expect that high quality. So how that gets managed, because I think it has striking that balance is important. The key areas that I've seen that kind of cover broader areas is one of them is really city center. That to me, in terms of, executing against the strategy and that was laid out when the TIP district was founded, and really all of the ramifications of delivering, I think, what the community has come to expect of city center is really, really important. So there's a host of projects that are on the 1s and 2s and many on the 3s, and some that maybe haven't really been fleshed out entirely. And I think managing expectations around city center timing, really communicating well with the community around what's going on, dealing with maybe some of the unanticipated operational issues that have resulted by lots of construction and things like that. It's sort of a gamut of things, but city center to me and executing against that plan, sort of realizing the dream, I think is really critical to priorities. A second area, I put the ordinances kind of in, these are in no order of priority, but all the ordinances are in one category. Climate is in another category. And I think to Andrew, I noted the thing that you did as well is sort of, there's a lot of our initiatives riding on the hiring climate director. And it's hard to really balance what the goals were in realizing that and not having a person available, not having staff available to fulfill those. So you've made it one suggestion, and I think that should be a conversation. Economic development generally is an area, and it really is broader in terms of sort of revenue enhancement. But from my perspective, that is also an area that I feel like there's funding made available for committee work, but I also get the sense that there hasn't been a lot of direction provided. And I know I'm very confident with Andrew as council liaison there that may change, but I also, there are comments made of sort of, we got this money and we can do what we want with it type thing. And I'm like, okay, let's be a little more.
The RFP is, I think, more, it's a better scope than.
Council to understand.
You'll be on the hook for that.
And then, you know, I mean, a lot of things, again, will fall under buckets, but I do think growth and planned growth is a bucket that we should be talking about. And, you know, on one hand, I've heard the word capacity used, and I think that's the baseline off of which we say, you know, where within our infrastructure or our resources will you hit bottlenecks to potential or desirable or planned growth or whatever the right definition is. So the issue to me is, do you cap the growth at the lowest common denominator? Say it's our water system, you know, whatever it is. You say, okay, this is what we have available, we cap here. Or do you say, here's how we're going to start to hit bottlenecks, and here's how we need to continue to serve the community, and at some relative level of growth that might be dictated by, you know, employment numbers, you know, housing needs within the community, whatever it may be, and more regionally, actually, sort of where do we strike that, and how do we manage potential bottlenecks or restrictions and understand where there may be limitations over time, whether it's due to financing, whether it's due to other staffing resources, you know, things like that. So that to me is a broader umbrella conversation. And then embedded in all that, and I honestly think I had to step back and really think about, you know, I have a strong orientation, and I think the community has an expectation that city and school will operate in some lockstep fashion, and certainly on capital planning, that's a no-brainer. But when I really stepped back and said, okay, what's feasible and where can we best demonstrate that collaboration? It's really under the city center umbrella, in my opinion. So I think that's a real life example of sort of how the two entities work together. And again, why I'd probably put city center, and whether it's a committee or, again, I don't want to predispose what solutions look like, but those are some of the higher level topic areas from my standpoint that several of these might fall under. And that's a little bit of the orientation that I brought to the process today. Thanks.
Sure, go ahead.
Were we gonna take a 10 o'clock break?
No. No, I put that off the agenda, it's gone.
You took it off the agenda? Yeah, I'm just starting to float a little bit. So I was wondering if we could.
I don't understand that. Go ahead.
Could you just hold that, Laura, could you just hold that thought for a while? I'll get back to you.
Thank you, Mike.
Yes, we're taking a break.
Liquid in, liquid out, right?
Thank God for kids, that's all I'm saying.
Yes.
Take care of the Supreme Court, possible Supreme Court.
Right.
Yeah. You didn't bring that up.
That was under the legal implication of your policy decision.
That was at the planning commission last night. A question came up. So somebody asked, what's going on with the Pizza Hut? Paul gave a very clear answer about it.
Well, it'd be nice if we had a maintenance ordinance.
Yeah, well, that, anyway,
Yeah,
we'll talk next.
gets right into the priority.
Add another one.
It was. Didn't make it. through.
So when we left, Andrew, you were getting.
Oh, yeah, sure. I agree with everything Elizabeth said. It's kind of obvious that the things in this city that are tangible to constituents that they can feel and touch, city center, commercial tax base, how our schools are functioning, how we're operating with them are really important. It's those are things that are obvious to people. People are gonna want to make sure that we're focused on because of how tangible they are to everyone's day-to-day lives in this city. So I'm not gonna talk about those things. And I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I'm not sure I really have had a chance to explain why, in my mind, prioritizing climate action is so important. And I want to explain a little bit to my fellow councilors why I think that is the case. First, I know nothing we do as a city, and we all know that, is going to make any bit of difference in the world. We're too small, right? If we act alone. We're too small. It's not going to make any difference. So there's not any tangible benefit to residents. Climate action is really hard. It's hard to do. It's hard to get people to change. It's expensive, and for those reasons, it's really hard to easy to deprioritize. We'll do it next year, right? Why not? Because what does it matter, right? In my mind, if we do that, and it's so easy to do, and others do that, our children have no future. It's really that simple. If everyone takes the view that it's too hard, too intangible, I'm too small, we have no future. And I can't accept that. I cannot accept it. I will tell you, my children believe we have no future. And it affects their daily lives and all their decision making. And I know other parents feel the same way about their children. And I can't accept that. It kills me, absolutely kills me as society, that we're consigning our children to that fate. So, for those reasons, we have to make this a priority. If we don't, we have nothing. And if we don't, we won't get it done either. And if we don't get it done and others don't get it done, again, we're just we have no future. So I'm going to continue to emphasize and, in my mind, ensure as much as I can that the climate stuff on here is put up on the top for all those reasons articulated, and not to take away from all the tangible things that we need to do. But this intangible is just so important for so many reasons.
Well said. I'll go next if that's okay.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
And I'll be a little bit of a parent, but hopefully with a slightly different perspective. I totally agree that operations and services of our city are critical, what we deliver to our constituents on a daily basis. And as well, keeping a really focused eye on our budgets and the tax implications for every citizen.
to go that far. So,
That's what you guys do in spades, and I'm thrilled with the team that we have. And we are facing a real existential crisis. We're facing, unless you don't believe the scientists, and unless you don't believe your eyes and what we're seeing globally today, we are up against a wall. And we, my generation, have been beneficiaries of an energy system that has let us live lives that are phenomenal. How do we become benefactors to our children and their children? And I know I have heard over and over and over again that South Burlington, Vermont in general, has no impact on our global climate. But 90% of the cities in the United States can say the same thing. Individually, we have very little impact. But if everybody says that, nothing happens. And we have our foot on the accelerator of the train, which is headed towards a cliff. And our choice is to keep our foot on the accelerator or figure out how we start to take the foot off. North America, in particular, is largely responsible for where we are today. Our level of consumption, our lifestyle is consuming more than our planet produces every single day. And we talk about curbing China's carbon emissions, but China's carbon emissions are serving our consumption, the large majority of it. So when I look at this, I want us to deliver the best services we can to our residents. And I want every ounce of our effort to be focused on how do we change so that our kids have a future? How do we change so that our consumption goes down and our quality of life goes up? Most of what I've been taught my whole life is you consume more, your life is better. My experience looking at our societies today is that the consumption is making many people's lives worse. How do we take care of our people and really look at growth that grows our community and our health? So that's the lens I bring to everything we're doing. And we need to grow our tax base in ways that really improve our city. And a lot of this is going to be looking at growth management and how do we make sure that it's not just growth for growth's sake, but it's growth that really improves our community, our city, and our people. So that's my pontification.
Thank you. My stuff's all over the map here too, but I'll just start by saying we have a lot of challenges in front of our local society right now. First, and they're not in any special order, right? But education costs right now are driving a lot of angst over property taxes, and we're not getting a lot of response from Montpelier for that. Two, healthcare costs keep rising every year in double digits, and it's impacting small businesses, large businesses, individuals. And I can't see how that's going to be contained. And that may not be a discussion for here, but I'm just trying to list these things. Climate change and being able to adapt to large amounts of rainfall, having flooding effects in the state. And we've been spared so far, but we might not be in the future, right? But we've also had I think this summer's been pretty intense in terms of heat. And then the amount of electricity people use because of that, right? Personnel, in companies and in the city, right? There's either a shortage or we're not funneling young people into training to get them to replace the people that are going to be retiring. I mean, we lost what, 3 police officers, right, to retirement, so 2 left, and then one, retired. And I think another one retired too. So that's really important, is to, if we're growing, we need to be able to replace people that leave. And we're all really aware of the problems downtown in Burlington, right? So there is this enormous homelessness problem and an addiction problem that goes with it. And I don't understand the difference between here and Portsmouth, New Hampshire, because I was there 2 weekends ago and I saw one maybe homeless person, and I don't know how they deal with it, right? I don't know what the difference is, but I'd love to try to understand that. And on top of that is our challenges with mental health. And a lot of those have come from, and a lot of this stuff could be traced back to the Great Recession, then going through COVID-19, and it's affected a lot of people. And so when then you bring that scope back into the city, the things I'm worried about are affordability, right? And that boils back down to property taxes, because that's the #1 thing that people see in July when they get their bill, and then they see that, 3 times a year after that when they have to pay. And that's not just us, because we're 25% of that bill, education 75%, but we're already hearing rumors that, the schools are going to be having to raise, their budget as well. But then apart from that, like Andrew said, they're the fiscal things that residents see every day. And you have to ask yourself, well, what do they see that's broken versus what's not broken? What's improving? What kind of continuous improvement have we had, right? And I'll say, take a look at the Dorset Street signal changes, right? That's been a huge success, right? And somebody argued with me in one of the meetings recently that, oh no, Dorset Street still sucks. And I go, but it doesn't, right? You don't wait 45 seconds at Trader Joe's anymore. I mean, it's the cards are sent. So they have to be able to see that there are continuous improvements in our infrastructure all the time. And it all boils down then to quality of life. I mean, I would love to have the city be able to say that one of our overarching, objective is to take care of people, right? But we also want people to take responsibility for their own actions and for what they do. As far as the climate goes, I mean, the city has its responsibility to take care of improvements that we can make internally through, the buildings, making sure they're more thermally efficient, right? The cars that we purchased, which we were getting 4 hybrid, they're all electric, it's 4 electric cars, right? But then we also need to see these LDR changes where we will have more car chargers installed in brand new construction. And then, also the new heating systems requirement and the solar panels on the roof, right? O'Brien Hillside Farm 2 is going to be all electric. That's great. The harder part there is taking the older systems and convincing people that they have to switch back over. So I know I'm all over the map here, but these are the types of things that I think about, and trying to do all this work and not strain people's budgets is going to be difficult, right? So then that breaks down into efficiency, and then where's Muda? Muda is the Japanese word for waste, right? Do we have some waste? Can we eliminate it? Do we know how to find it? Because that there's a whole process for that will help us with that. So that's all I have. That's Mike next.
All right, yes, thank you. Tim, I think Tim did a great job in laying out the backstop of which, South Burlington has to work in, or any town or city in America has to work in. And I guess my takeaway is what I'm hoping to get out of this discussion, with my colleagues and the leadership of our city government, our city staff here, is a pathway to sort of, I guess, answer Tim's last question. How do we go forward and address these needs in a sort of predictable way without overburdening our taxpayers? Because it strikes me that it's often presented as I think a false choice. We either do climate change or we do development, and I sort of think that, I think we as Americans have always been creative in finding a way to find a solution that creates the greatest good for all and gets us to our destination. And, if we look at climate change, I think, there's no question that the success of a company like Beta is going to do more than any town or city can do to help advance the necessary requirement to push back on climate change. But at the same time, it creates great opportunity for us, because if we have companies like Beta, which have chosen South Burlington, and other companies see that South Burlington is a great place to do business, a great place for families to live in, and a great place as a destination place to live in, it basically grows our tax base. And, we have, I think, very cleverly in our city plan laid out, Tech Park, the airport area. I think we probably can even refine it further to be attractive destinations for companies like Beta or OnLogic or others that, grow our tax base, but also grow and help us then to have many ways, the funds to do many of the other things that, we've heard from some of our colleagues here as priorities. And so I would hope that we could find a way to structure this in a thoughtful way, and it gets back to the growth question, in a way where we can create an environment in which we are meeting the needs and the challenges of climate change, but also the needs of our cities, residents, the needs of our next generation, and the needs of our business, because I think it can be a win-win. And I would like to think that we all can come put our heads together to find a pathway to that win-win proposition, then stake it out as we have to do this or that, and make what I think are often false choices. And I would clearly agree with, and I think at heart, that is I think everyone's genuine intent. I even, and it's about our responsibility to maximize the benefit of every dollar that we do to achieve these collective objectives. And I think the city center for me is sort of the quintessential of that, because I think it's just as what Lori was talking about. It's about changing behavior. And I think, when you look at the city center, it basically addresses, I think, all four aspects that are lined out in our city plan about four priorities that we want to make. And, if the city center works, it's about getting people to see dense living as a positive, not necessarily negative thing. There's clearly different views on what that means, or it is a fair thing, because the way it's been done is this has not prevented people from having access to green space or getting to recreational parks. It's not like if you live in this area, you get this, in this area, you lose that. It also, I think, having people realize that I think the city center lends itself to use of public transportation. Again, it's for most people, that's a change of consciousness, public transportation. Why would I use public transportation? It's an opportunity for us to use the city center to show the benefits of that. Same thing with bike and pedaling and safe rides to school. It's a change of behavior. And just as this is switching to different energy sources is, as you said, the hardest thing is the people who are using old stuff to change. So I think if we find ways, not through so much regulation, but incentivizing people and showing that these changes bring good, including bringing good to our budget for our revenue to be able to do these things without having to really raise homestead property tax, I think that it is positive. I think, but that means getting ahead of the planning. I think public safety is going to be an issue. Because I think when I get back to it, we're seeing city plan as a great example of how we can begin to change understandings of behavior and opportunities. You have many people who, like I think many of us here said, city center hasn't turned out what we wanted. We thought it would happen sooner, it would be more dynamic, whatever. So you have a certain, as I think, we were here from Elizabeth, managing expectations. But there are also people who fear the city center. It's not going to be good. It's going to create congestion. It's going to create, change my understanding of what Vermont looks like. And therefore, I think making that as a priority is I think critical, because I think we have to address that issue sooner than later. And I think the sooner we address it, the better. So I guess to sum it up, I would like to think that we can come to an understanding of how we move away from, I think, the false narrative that we have to choose one or the other, but how we can work together to use the unbelievable resources, the unbelievable professional staff we have at the city center, the unbelievable location we have by the airport close to Burlington, to basically maximize our sort of revenue growth in a way that it does not encumber our city residents, a homestead tax as little as possible, and through that find a way to provide all these developments on our list here that lead to, I think, behavioral change that is long-term sustainable goal that we all want for our community, for our quality of life. And I applaud Jesse for bringing us together and pushing us, pushing us, because I think the city council meeting schedule really does not allow us to have these kinds of discussion. And I will hope that out of discussion come out with a very sort of agreement on how we can have a win-win process to going forward for our citizens and to begin that change in a sustainable way. So I think ultimately we also have to talk beyond just this budget. We have to talk about multi-year commitments of where we're going. So again, all over the place, as we all had, but I think that was a great idea from Elizabeth. So I hope this is gonna get this going in the right way.
I'd like to add just one more piece about, Tim, you brought up waste. Japanese word, muda. I think it's really important for us to be looking at where there's waste and how we can contain that. But I think it's also really important for us to be looking at our revenue streams and where we can be increasing our revenue streams, either through progressive assessments, et cetera. We have a tremendous amount of wealth in our community that is not spread evenly in any kind of way. How do we access the funds and the money that exists in our community? And one example is the climate position will actually be a revenue positive position. If it is hired, that person will be able to bring significant funds into our city. And how do we look at the revenue side, not just in terms of growing the base, but where do we have control over how our taxes are raised and where our revenue sources are, so that we have a better pot to work with.
Just one, and also talking about change behavior. It's, that we come to the table thinking it's not just about South Burlington, it's about cooperation with the municipalities. I mean, this is one thing, having come from a state that wasn't a Dillard state, it's sort of adjustment. We sometimes think only of solving our own problems. I think there are opportunities, the issue of efficiencies and cost sharing, cooperation with our other partners. I think, that's an opportunity as liaisons to some of these partnerships, whether it's the airport or, as I found with being to Green Mountain Transport, there are ways to find, because our city has amazingly skilled workforce to work with these other partners to create win-win financial situations for us.
We're the nuts.
There are 5 of us.
I was gonna say, this was a great idea, Elizabeth. What's your next great idea?
Need a break for it.
So,
Thank you.
Are we gonna have an opportunity to talk bluntly about City Center? I mean, at some point, that doesn't be now, but.
you can talk about anything all the time.
I have some opinions, right? I am grateful through the process that was laid out, starting in 2017, when we had our first TIP district vote, right, through the previous councilors. All the engineering and planning work that was done by this, well, not this building, but the previous building, right? To develop Market Street, right? To make it a reality. And also to make this building a reality, which at that time, all the city councilors said this was going to be an anchor building. And I think that we can agree that at that time, I was a little bit dismissive, like, well, a city hall is not really an anchor, but the library is a cultural anchor. Really is. And City Hall, by virtue of auditorium and all of the meetings that happen here, becomes, you know, the citizen cultural anchor. There is no retail anchor for Market Street. And people were thinking that that was going to happen at one time. And I don't think they imagined that there would be this much housing in this area. And I don't think they imagined how much the school would be belittled by the scale of the buildings that are around it, and that they might lose a little bit of their playing fields. But that's we're out beyond that now. And so city center is so on the first floor, some of these residential buildings don't have any retail. They don't have any commercial space, and they were granted waivers for that. But some of the other buildings are going to have it, restaurants and whatever. And so in terms of walkable, right, city center is basically 2 or 3 blocks, if you want to call it that, of a walkable residential neighborhood with some commercial cafe, restaurant that's going to happen on the ground floor. And that's great. And it's bounded on the outside by a ton of commercial walkable, and you can go to the grocery store, you can go to the mall, you can go to restaurants, you know, that's just outside of Market Street by itself. But that's fine. I don't know where this expectation came in, that people thought that it was going to be quote unquote like a vibrant downtown section. If you were like to compare it to Church Street or compare it to downtown Barry or compare it to St. Albans, right, where they have a lot of retail right on their main street. That's not what's really happening here. This is, you know, 4 to 5 story of intense residential neighborhood, which is great for UVM Medical Center, right? And UVM itself and, you know, the other institutions that have built buildings, right? But it's not, I don't think it's turning into what people envisioned it initially. And I'm not complaining about that. I just want to reframe what people should think of city center in the future, right? And I have this opinion about spending $4.5 million possible dollars, right, on a city green in addition for this, because I think it's money not well spent in lieu of other things that need to happen. So, I mean, you know, argue with me about this, right? But I just want to make sure that the public understands that city center is what you see today, right? And it's not something that people thought of it was going to be 10 years ago. And I think that might level set a lot of expectations about the public about what's really going on. I mean, am I wrong in my opinion on that? Or
I think part of what you said, I think part of what you said is wrong.
Yeah.
I think that
Which part is wrong?
Which part is wrong? I think that city center right now is a work in progress. And having been a builder and a developer all my life, I can tell you that when a project is 50% done, it looks terrible.
Well,
and everybody
I didn't say it looks terrible. I never said that.
I'm saying it doesn't, you know, it's like, oh my God. Well, there is no retail on Market Street right now. And that's because that phase of the project hasn't happened yet. And the success of City Center is going to really hinge a lot on what happens with the University Mall redevelopment. And I think that as a council, as a city, we need to really be focusing on the vision that we're trying to make happen here. I believe that a city green, particularly if it was right across from City Hall, and it was a civic center where people gathered and built around this city, that it could have a huge impact on transforming our perception of city center right now as not what we wanted into a place that really has the vibrancy that it doesn't have right now. So for me, part of it is we have to recognize that it's a work in progress, and we have to stop and look at what it is and say, how do we want it to move forward so that it's what we want?
Can I have one statement to that? So I do think we actually need to talk about process here for the rest of the day, because I feel like you are kind of diving into a city center
That's
topic,
why I asked.
which is great. But that is the fun stuff. I guess our hope, and you guys weigh in here, and maybe we should go get Alana too, but city center, I agree it's a work in progress. It doesn't look anything like it did 10 years ago, and it doesn't look anything like it's going to in 10 years. And I think staff's hope is that city center in 10 years is Patchen to the other side of Wilson Road, to the U Mall, to San Remo Drive. It is much bigger and more integrated and connected with all of the infrastructure we're developing. And that folks do see not a Church Street, because we don't have that infrastructure at all, but see grids of blocks where you have housing and office space and commercial space and entertainment spaces. And we've got a lot of that. When you start looking outside of Garden and Market, we have a lot of wonderful ethnic restaurants. We have a lot of we have arguably by population, probably what downtown Burlington has, reduced down for 20,000 people. How we connect that and build the community network of that, we are like, I would say 25% into doing that work right now.
And I think,
But I think this is a very important discussion. Ultimately, it is gonna come to, I think what you're raising, where you're going to is the city green, right? How do we think about that?
That's just one aspect of it.
But that's the big budget.
But it's on here, it's on
It's
here.
the big budget, now it's on here, so we might as well flush it out now,
Yeah.
right? There's no reason to wait. I agree with Laurie. I think this area can become the vibrant downtown if we work to make it so. And every vibrant downtown that I've seen has a public gathering space like City Green that anchors the quality of life around it. People want to gather around there. From there, people are happy to walk or roll their strollers or take their kids to sit at a sidewalk, cafe while they watch people play Frisbee on the green or, listen to the bandstand. It changes the whole complexion, character of the neighborhood. I understand, it's potentially a lot of money, but honestly, over a decade, 2, 3, you won't think about it. It'll just be, oh, thank God we did that. I mean, you won't see that. Plus, this community will respond to creative ways to fund it. I could easily see something like a GoFundMe, a capital campaign that people kick in money for a brick or for a bench or for this or for that. And I know I would, because it's really important. And I think we can raise a lot of money that way. I think we can creative about it. I think it's really important. I think the community expects it, honestly. As I see all the visioning for City Center, all the visioning included a green, and it somehow got dropped in 2021 through COVID quietly from my perspective. But all the visioning included a green, and to me, it's just critically important.
I would share that opinion. I think, we need this anchor. We are a big community. We are 20,000. We're spread out. There are different neighborhoods with different attributes. But the city green and the city center, I would agree that, Andrew, that any vibrant city that I've seen has had this sort of common shared area integrated between public space and commercial options that play off that commercial space is something that I think would bring us together. And it is, I agree, Tim, it's about managing expectations, but that's why I would think that hopefully if you're talking again, what you want from us is not to tell you how to, brick by brick, put together the city center, but to say that it is a priority and all that entails, which is staying ahead of the game on public safety, to avoid the contrast that you saw, Tim, between, Burlington and where you are in Maine, to be sure that the commercial vitality is there, that the issue with the school is done and that it's not at a loss to the feeling of parents who send their kids to a city center, which is for some may be new, as well as the transportation. And again, I think all of this feeds back into our 4 core aspects of our city plan about, human face, the people interaction, about, it's going to definitely require cooperation with regional entities. People like to talk about GMT. It's definitely about, green. It has a positive climate action impact in terms of social behavior and how we move. So I think it really is a win-win opportunity, and it's something that brings everyone together because the net benefit will be to everyone in the city, both macro and micro.
I just wanted you to listen to what they were saying.
You missed all good stuff.
Some good stuff, but it's being recorded. You can watch it later, but just, if we're gonna keep going down the city center conversation, I wanted to.
Let's, just gonna ask the question, how many parking spaces do city hall employees need? What are we
We
paying
have-
for the Poon property right now? 45 grand a year?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like
We
that.
have-
43 for 20, 30 spots?
no,
But it's,
I mean, the high, I think what you're getting at is
Yeah.
what is the what are the implications?
Yeah.
The higher level reality is you're talking about, minimum of $4 million project for land acquisition, design.
it's that property probably. So
For, if you're talking about the
Yeah,
Poon lot,
it'll be at that
that's what the consultants have said. They are coming to present to you in October, so you will hear this full presentation. If you're looking at building parking to accommodate city staff parking or visitors to city hall parking, you're looking at millions of dollars above that.
it was a structure.
Well, yes, but we don't.
If you had a garage under a green, it would be,
Well, just, I mean, in the parking structure as opposed to just surface parking.
Right, I mean, we don't have anywhere to put additional
surface.
surface parking.
Oh, if we bought that property, we could do what we want, right? We can even tear down the building that's there, put the parking at the far end and put the green in the front, right? Is that?
Who knows?
But I don't know.
know. Engineers have
You come back with us.
We could also have a rec center in that building. And we are now also negotiating against ourselves, right? So we have a property owner who has a vibrant business. The cost for that land, unless you want to go through eminent domain, is unknown at this point. This is a project. We can do it. We are well down that path. The consultants will come and present to you in October. I think the question for you today is making a go or no-go decision this year a priority for you once you have all of the eyes wide open knowledge about location, how we do it, costs, whatnot. So I don't think you need to decide today whether you're doing a city green or not. I think you need to decide, yes, let's have that conversation, which staff agrees with, which is why it's on a 2 list. Alana, do you disagree with any of that?
No, I think it will probably be a long conversation.
You just had some of it just now.
and just one other thing about where we are right now. There is an opportunity. And if it becomes a lost opportunity, we're never going to get it back again. The ability to have a green. If that gets developed, wherever it is, whether it's here or there, those opportunities are available now and they will be lost if they're not acted on at some point in the not too distant future.
Do we have an alternative to parking at Poon right now? Is there?
I mean, sure,
I mean-
we could buy parking spaces from our neighbors. We could buy parking spaces from the school. We could ask staff to go to the U-Mall.
Right.
There are options that
That's
you
part of a
are
parking
in a
management
weeds
plan.
question about something that is much bigger than.
Yes.
That's part of the parking management. plan.
Yeah.
Okay. Just asking questions.
But
Did
this,
anyone go to the Park Hop Cruise last Thursday night?
I wanted to go.
I heard it was
A
great.
great
Yeah?
vibrancy
Where
event
was it?
in Goose Park.
Oh, the Goose Park?
City
Where there's a,
Green.
like a
Your
park
current
right
city
there,
green?
right on Market Street?
one of the quietest.
And
parks in
there's
town.
gonna be a bridge that connects over to another park?
9-acre park.
It's almost like a city green, isn't it?
To his point to the process to bring this back, I mean, and I guess that was Andrew's question initially about the policy recommendation requirements the idea is, this is what we perceive or see as what should be a policy objective. And then it is for you to come back with, to say, if this is a policy objective, here's how we could address it. These are the challenges we'd face. These are the costs that would face. And therefore, before you proceed with this policy, be forewarned as far as we understand, you have committed to this track because it's on there's 8 TIF city center things in the 1 and 2 section. There are more on the 3. So the question would be, we'd be saying, if this is definitely a top for us. Then you'd be pulling up from the 3 to accelerate it and then explain to us costs, benefits, trade-offs as we go forward. I mean, that's how this process is supposed to work.
Yes.
Just so I know what we're focusing on. It's just the bigger issue. We don't have to
You don't have to
solve.
decide
We don't
any
have
of
to
these things.
Decide anything, and we don't have to solve all the problems
Right.
and say, until we know but.
Is this work you want us to do this year to bring you a go, no go and the implications of that? And then you make that decision, and if the decision is go, then we keep working.
And this is how we would maximize X, Y, and Z based on your judgments and professional expertise.
Based on something you said a few minutes ago, Jesse, you said that, the big plan in terms of interconnection between Williston Road and Market Street and U Mall, et cetera, is to have this city center be much bigger than just Market Street. You guys have been working on this, and I think it would be really useful to share that sort of big vision with the council. I don't know if the other councilors already have this information, but it would be really helpful to me at some point to get that big vision.
So you will hear the Scoop on City Center presentation we did for City Hall staff.
I was at that.
Oh, you were at
I
that.
was at that.
So what are you looking for that's not that?
Did answer it?
I'm looking to have it shared with the whole council.
Oh, that will
So
be
that-
shared at the steering committee meeting on Wednesday. We will do that presentation.
I just have one question. Lori, how do you have these insights? No, just kidding.
It was advertised and we were invited to go and I went
Just we're on the ball.
and I got ice cream
Very excited. Really excited.
Okay.
and you missed it. Change the scoop.
Yeah, I was traveling.
I didn't have chocolate ice cream before.
Okay, so can I move us forward in process a little bit?
Sure.
Actually, sorry, I need to share this. So I think, and this is solely my attempt to, this is pretty much what Elizabeth outlined in her talking. My attempt to program these, well, I have 6 up here and 5 topic area slots over the next 4 hours. We've sort of now done the city center one, although I think that there is further conversation about, are there 3 city center related 3s you want to pull off?
Well, you mean pull up or?
Pull up, sorry, pull in. Do we want to spend 30 minutes on each of these? These are very high levels, climate means. Do we want to spend 30 minutes on each of these areas? Have I captured the right ones? Are there?
Yep.
Is there a different process? I really want this process to be useful to you, so you tell me.
But if you look at these, they're connected. They're not standalone. You can say about climate change. We talk about it, the city growth center as a way to address some of the climate change issues. The issue about revenue, growth, which is revenues, that the city center also touched upon that, both in terms of cost to develop it, but also future revenue growth that will come out of it. So I assume there'll be sort of overlapping between these subjects as we talk.
Yeah, I think almost all the work you all do is overlapping.
They all interconnect, but there are also some discrete things that are not
distinct
that.
actions.
There are discrete things that we can do to further, for instance, climate that don't necessarily depend on other things, and we just need to have the courage to do them.
So you can cross the city center, right?
I'd like to have a conversation in there somewhere about how do we, and maybe you guys do this already, so it's not needed, but how do we focus on where is the waste in our system and where are the opportunities for revenue streams that we currently aren't focused on? Because I think part of the struggle we're dealing with is, and I don't know that growth is necessary, is potentially one way to do that. Sometimes growth has expense side to it and you don't know what the actual net is, but are there other ways that we can be creating revenue streams to help us fund.
Okay, can I just clarify, you're saying waste in our revenue stream or waste in our expense stream? I'm not
I say
sure.
waste in our,
What you're saying.
waste in our operations,
In our expense.
in our expenses, yes.
Well, it could be.
And new
Efficiencies.
or improved revenue streams.
Yes.
It can be waste in money, it can be waste in time and effort. Time and effort, those are two big, some of them, they seem intangible, but if people aren't doing the right thing at the right time, they could work it on. It's a form of work.
So I would say just, and perhaps to state the obvious, the two biggest things we're doing in this right now is the online permitting system and the finance system.
Yeah.
Right now, we are processing tens of thousands of invoices a year manually across the city, for example. So we are trying, I don't believe there's a whole lot of waste in our system, but to the extent there is, we are trying to address those. And we'd be happy to talk about those.
How do you address the question of whether there's waste in the system? How do you know that? What is your process, Jesse?
Oh, Andrew.
I mean,
So, I mean, I don't do lean process. I don't do anything like that. And if you want me to spend, the next couple of weeks building a efficiency study of the city, we can. We've never done that. I determine where I recommend we focus our efforts based on other cities I've seen, other cities I've worked in, where we're doing things much less efficiently than I've done in other places. What staff bring to me of saying like, this is a really frustrating process. We're touching it 4 times. We shouldn't have to touch it 4 times. And our staff works really, really hard in understanding where that hard work is coming in and where we're not doing things efficiently or that we are doing things really efficiently and we're working really hard. So I don't know what you were looking
No,
for
I
me
mean,
to
it's
say.
fair to say what you're saying. It's kind of qualitative, and you see it, you're there every day, what people are working on. The reason I ask, we've touched on this before, and I'm not suggesting we do this right now, but at other institutions, which are not government, that I'm familiar with, right? There is a process, pretty regular process to go to each department and say, look, you need to do what you're doing with less. Period. And it happens year after year after year. It happened to me. Right, running a tax department every year, we have to cut 5%. Cut 5%, we're gonna lose it. No, and you wind up doing it. You figure it out. You take hard looks at your navel and you figure out what you need to do. Year after year after year. Jamie Dimon forced us to do that, right? And we became really lean and really efficient. And so I understand government's different, but there are certainly things more than just qualitative look and feel that could be done to ensure that things are running leanly and efficiently.
Steve.
Nothing.
I mean, it's when you sell things, that's much easier to do because 5% doesn't include revenue generation. And but for infrastructure where we're buying pavement and gas and diesel and whatever, most of our expenditures are humans. So to cut 5% is to go to fewer firefighters.
If you're okay with we won't do as many rec programs, or we're going to set a different, we're only going to respond to priority 1 police calls. Those are the trade-offs. We can do those.
I think he's saying that.
No.
I think he's saying that with any work environment, right? How you do your work, right? Sometimes you lose oversight of a workflow that has become less efficient, right? And the discovery of those and then the improvement of those ends up having a reward, right? Where you use fewer hours to do something, right? But one example is implementing a new software system, right? To enable permitting and stuff. That's the kind of thing where you have to spend some capital to get a return on it, right? Because if people have been spending hours and hours doing something manually that they could do,
Which is what Steve is spending the majority of his time on right now,
Right.
is building those 2 systems to
Right.
enable us to
Yeah.
adjust that. So it's a hard conversation for us to hear because we are working really hard. And we are working really hard on things that we think you all are doing inefficiently. And that's a hard balance.
I want to say,
Jesse, utmost praise for you and your staff. So I'm not
I'm
suggesting.
not looking for the compliment, I'm just saying.
No, it's important to say. I wanted to say.
I want to say that I was the one that brought up the issue, revisited the issue of waste, and it wasn't an aspersion. I want to be really clear about that. It was intrinsically, and I know you guys are a lean, dynamic operation, but just bringing that to the fore in terms of conversation, not aspersion.
All right, how do we want to spend the next 4 hours minus lunch?
So, speaking of waste, we could go to number 6 on that and let Elizabeth tell us what she thinks are some of the
Okay.
eating efficiency.
So can I just say, this is a priority one that we'll address. I guess
But
I love this conversation, and I think I am learning a lot, and I think the team is learning a lot about what you guys care about. We do need to get to an agreed to set of priorities.
Yes.
So I think I need to do some work to either you all need to do some work to tell me on those 3 lists what is not fitting into one of these priority buckets, or we need to take a break and I need to do that work, but somehow quickly we need to do that. And I do think the meeting council process conversation is a good conversation to have. So I think we do that first and then do prioritization together, or we do prioritization and then do that last. But I don't think we can skip back and forth between growth and waste and climate and conversation and blah, 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 and never get to the prioritization.
And I would say that could go last from my perspective.
And I would share that too, because I think this is what this meeting is all about. Part of the waste is the waste of your guys' time. And I mean, we start out with a conversation that you're jumping from right to left to here to there, and that's not the most efficient thing. We're supposed to set out policies. You're supposed to walk through the policies. You're supposed to come back and give us recommendations to the issue of waste. I know when it came to the long property, which I think hopefully will go through in a constructive way, was about, I didn't feel that we had your take on how do we maximize the money and opportunities involved in it. So I think, this is what we have to give you, is what are our policies, and then you come back with the sort of recommendation costs and then we have to make the final decision. So I would agree it's best to do it last once we've sort of refined, are these our core priorities?
Could we jump into another one then?
Sure.
Is that okay,
Well,
everyone?
it's up to you guys.
Well, what, did you want to go back to the prioritization? Do you have dots for us?
But this may be a more efficient way to do it if we talk it through, and then I really enjoy this conversation, honestly. I mean, the dots will be helpful, but I think the dots maybe will be easier once we've had this conversation.
Yes.
That's fine.
And I think if we set the last block for really making sure that we've got the priorities 100%, then we can go through these pretty quickly with this background behind us.
All right, can I make a proposal then? I'm gonna facilitate on the fly, folks. Jump in if you have ideas. Let's spend, it's 11 o'clock, 11:10 now.
Yeah.
Let's spend 11:10 to 12:30 having climate conversations, connected conversations between all these things. Then break for lunch, then I will do during lunch some dotting, and you all can do some dotting.
Yeah.
And then come back, spend 1:15 to 2:15 on any dotting conversations we need to have, and then 2:15 to 3 on council process.
And just very upfront, I have a hard stop 3:15. If you run over, I have to go do that myself. It's still only cross country, so.
Can't miss
And
it.
I have my wife's in Ukraine, so I'm the only transportation.
Does anyone mind if I jump in with climate? Is that okay?
I think that's where we're going.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, look, it feels to me like the very hard nut to crack, and again, I've said why it's so important to begin to crack it, is the existing infrastructure, both thermal and EV, right? So you've got rental buildings, non-rental buildings, and the folks that are gonna find it really hard to transition to EV because of their infrastructure, multi-family buildings. And we need to start tackling those things. My perspective is that incentives will work for some of that, maybe some of the EV stuff, but incentives are not sufficient for all of them, particularly the thermal infrastructure of existing rental buildings and other buildings. What I would love to see is follow through, because we're already largely there with the climate director, and charge that climate director and our energy commission with 3 of the items here, which is how do we make rental buildings more efficient? How do we regulate the transition for non-residential buildings, their thermal envelope and the systems they use to heat? And how do we incentivize multifamily buildings, particularly landlords, to provide EV infrastructure for residents?
On the second, I hope you say incentivize and regulate.
I think it's really hard to regulate existing buildings. We can talk about it. I'd love a steer from Colin, whether we have authority to do that. I'm not aware of it.
No, I'd like the climate person to be able to help develop incentives for getting people to do that. Because I think it is hard to regulate, but we need to find ways to really make it so that when it's time for me to upgrade my heating system.
So let me just say it again, I'm sorry, Lori. My understanding is, and let me be a little more precise, okay? We have authority to regulate landlords. We can require landlords to do stuff. I've suggested something that I think makes sense to do. We have authority when people ask for a permit to replace their heating systems to regulate. I would strongly recommend that we exercise our authority in both of those areas and put that under the rubric of a climate director to help us with that. Have the energy committee look at it, give us suggestions, and be in a position to push something out 6 months, 9 months from now. In terms of EV infrastructure for existing buildings, I don't believe we have authority to regulate. I think we can educate, incentivize. If we have authority to regulate, I'd love to learn what it is.
I think looking at your questions earlier, we've talked about where's our authority for heating systems, and there is a statute in the building inspection, building code statutes that talk about how municipalities have the authority to regulate heating systems. So that's where we've derived our authority for the ordinance we did pass. And the other topics you discussed. I don't believe it mentions in there that there's authority as well for charging EVs. And I don't know if that exists in statute. I don't believe it does.
Can you clarify, Andrew, were your comments specific to things that are on this list?
Yeah, I mean, so.
Can you just tell me where they are?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, they're not numbered, but let's see. If you go to
The threes, right?
the threes,
Yeah.
hire a climate director, right? Under that is, directly under that is, weatherization efficiency requirements for rental buildings. So that's possible to rent. Then a few down from that is, inventory multifamily, and to inform a policy for charging.
They're using the spreadsheet.
Right, and then on the list of council priorities, that the list there is where permits required, adopt regs to require end-of-life fossil fuel heating system be replaced with carbon-free heating. So those are, to me, the three pillars to begin to move our existing infrastructure forward under the rubric of a climate director.
And speaking for myself, when I went through this, I felt like the hiring of the climate director was kind of a linchpin to a lot of the specifics on climate action and resiliency initiatives. So I see them going hand in hand a little bit. But I did have a question, Jesse. Where are we? I don't know if it's been difficult to hire this person, but can you just give an update on that?
Sure, yes, of course. So I'm gonna give 2 updates. The climate director job is posted. In the posting, it says resume reviews start on Monday. I will have time booked on my calendar for next week to start doing those reviews. We have, I think, about, who was an executive team? 36
17 on
applicants.
Didn't we, yeah, it was less 17.
17 that met
About 20,
minimums.
about 20 that met minimum.
So we are not having a hard, Vermonters want to be climate folks. Vermonters apparently do not want to be cops.
They want to be climate cops.
Will the climate director have to drive an EV? I'm serious.
Or
Serious.
ride a bus,
Will-
or
will-
ride a bike.
Will the climate director be required to, if they drive, to drive a pluggable hybrid or?
Me too, for work?
Yeah.
As in, wait, I don't, we can't.
No, I'm not being facetious. I'm not being facetious, but I'm asking you, I mean, that's what their job is, right?
So if they drive around the city for business, they will drive one of
Okay.
our EVs.
Right.
We can't require our employees to own a certain kind of
But
car.
do you agree that that's a concept that they should think about?
I don't.
It would be awesome. I mean, different people have different, I mean, look, I mean.
Can we give them a city car?
Let me give you an example. of the- I have a quick example of how incentivizing residential heating systems and they have to, replace them, right? So I have a friend that lives at the Red Rocks condos in Burlington, right? She had a natural gas fired boiler that satisfied her domestic and four zones, all right, in her 3-story condo basement, and it was 24 years old, they need to be replaced, right? So in the meantime, like a couple years earlier, she had 2 heat pumps installed with 2 mini splits, right, for 2 rooms. And when she said she was going to replace it, I said, well, why don't you just extend and get more heat pumps? She goes, I don't think I can do it. I said, what do you mean you don't think you can do it? Get somebody to give you an estimate and see, well, it's the way the condo is, it's in the middle of it's a unit between 2 units. I go, they can run those things anywhere. So here's the problem, right? Is that she wasn't forced to go get an estimate about the feasibility of installing more heat pumps and mini splits and get rid of her natural gas system entirely, right? So what did she do? She replaced the entire natural gas system, right? It cost her $13,000, right? And it's going to be more efficient, right? Because it's brand new, right? But she still has the same system she had before, where before she said, oh, in the fall and part of the winter, I've been running those mini splits and I didn't use as much natural gas. I'm like, So there was an opportunity there that was wasted because of her inability to access, the information that she needed. I'm just putting that there as an example about ways that you can, educate, incentivize homeowners to look at the alternative, be forced to look at the alternative before they make the decision.
Could I give one other quick update on hiring? Because I did share this with Michael, so you all should hear it. So the other new position is the data manager position. And that we are in 2nd round interviews for this week. We've had to do that process twice because we did not have luck the first time. And hope to make an offer by the end of next week is the goal. So just for your decision-making awareness too.
Just maybe 50 more seconds on the climate. So I made the points about kind of the meta reasons why we need to do this, but from the city in particular, right? We passed a climate resolution back in 1718 saying what we were going to do as a city. We have a climate action plan that's now 2 years old. I guarantee when we get the data, we get a person to look at it, we've not made progress on existing building stock. I'm just sure we have it. I'm just sure it's flatline or barely, maybe even higher because we built more, who knows? But I'm certain that we're not meeting our goals. And if we put this off, it's going to be impossible to meet our goals. I mean, it's already such a stretch. And so, we just really can't, right? I mean, if we're true to what we've said we want to do, we need to have the courage to do it.
You're not going to meet the electric vehicle goal at all. It was like 75% by 2030, right? It was just total pie in the sky.
Well, I mean,
it's good to have a goal. I agree, it's good to have a goal, but it was totally unrealistic.
Those goals were set using data and science in a way that enabled us to meet our carbon reduction goals, and so
it's a goal.
And the longer we put it off, the further from the goal we're gonna be.
I'm just saying it was totally unrealistic, so.
Are there, without going back to it, but I assume there are 1 and 2 goals that are reliant on the climate director being in position. Is that accurate too?
Yes, and what we were trying to capture is what are the things that are internal to government operations that we could do with existing staff, but we will do with a climate director if we have one, versus the external things that you all have just been talking about, the 20,000 people, not the 200 person organization.
So I'm seeing just really quickly, I'm seeing 2 things at the bottom of the number 1 page, or actually the first page, that are climate director linked. The government operations sector climate action implementation.
Yeah.
And that transportation.
Yeah, so Tom has been running the first one, Bartlett Bay.
I did that because they were getting all confused. Can we agree on page numbers somehow? Can we just do that real quick so that we can get to the page?
This would be on page 1.
So it's one, remember they decided, so 1, 2 would always be the backside.
One starts with.
One.
Chips. Yeah.
Okay, in the back. Right there.
Three is the one that starts with twos. Three is the one where twos begin.
Oh. But there's one that ends once.
Yes. And then.
Okay. This is 3.
And the backside of that is 4 and the next one's 5.
Okay, so that's all that are 1 and 2s for the climate director.
And this must be a major, so employee 5. It's even different one to common then.
I want to add something about the chargers and energy, et cetera, climate. One of the goals in the climate action plan is reduction of vehicle miles traveled. And it's hard to change other people's habits, but reducing vehicle miles traveled will do much more to offset our climate impacts than switching everybody to electric vehicles. And how do we focus? It's also something that if we figure out how to campaign on, can really make a big difference on what it's like being in city center, et cetera, et cetera. And I would like to see that really accelerated in terms of our focuses.
Make kids ride the school bus.
Make kids ride the school bus, make kids walk to school. I mean, anyway, we're getting into the weeds.
Well, so I think that is part of how we've written the climate director's job description is that there, and it's posted if you want to go look at it, is that there is grant writing, grant management, community, what I think of as kind of little C, little D community development, like doing that kind of community, working with the energy committee and others to do those kind of community campaigns. That's why I was putting that as like the pushing out work, not the internal work.
I would, because when we look at any of these sections, where we're talking about climate change now, it's, I mean, they're just, again, it comes back to the issue of revenues and staff and our access and revenues. And it sounds like hiring this person is the first critical step towards being able to access new revenues that allows us to do things, hopefully primarily through incentive. The other thing is what you were just saying, the goal would also be this education, which I think is a equal key component of the climate action plan, whether it's in forms of transportation people choose to use. And I think there are various different topics on this from 1, 2, and even in 3, that is how to accelerate and educate people on different transportation options, or at least make them convenient, which I think ultimately is going to be the most effective way to get people to change their transportation choices is convenience, not through just sort of understanding that they're doing it very good. So I think that's a key component, and I think we also can't escape changes or any of the changes we're going to be talking about is how to grow revenues that will allow us to do more, because otherwise it keeps it in the realm of either or, and then it creates tensions within society. It creates differences instead of saying how do we maximize what we can do. So I think that ultimately for me is going to be the most important conversations, because I think it will empower us to do a lot of things that we have different senses of what the priorities are.
Mike, I agree with you, but I'd love to say how to grow net revenues.
Yeah. I mean, that's
because growing revenue doesn't necessarily create a net surplus.
The idea when you say grow is how do we pay for these things? So pay for things means that we hear this every year. Oh, we have an unexpected subsidy. That'd be great news. But that goes back to the issue of coordination. Also, I think with climate change, central to it is again coordination with partners, whether it's the airport or whether it's public service, public transit. So those would be where I would think we'd want to focus.
To Andrew's comment, I think one thing you brought up, well, first of all, relative to this, I'm assuming the number ones for the climate director will be the priority as that person onboards. I think I'm not in a position, well, I wondered why this was rated a 3.
So again, that what I was trying to differentiate for you all is there are parts of the climate action plan that are just about our municipal operations that we've been doing with existing staff.
Okay.
And if the council decided that because of affordability or other priorities, we wanted to focus this year solely on municipal operations, we wouldn't necessarily need a climate director to do that. If we want to do all the outward focusing work, the education, the new regulations about homes, the EV chargers at homes, that would require a new person. So that's why the climate director is a 3 is, do you want to push out? If so, we need to add that into a 1.
Well, I mean, the only thing that would have impacted, because to me, that is revisiting a past decision. To me, the only thing that would have impacted that is if you were having trouble recruiting someone, which it doesn't sound like that's happening. So I this would rise to, a 1 from my perspective, because we've got 1s tied to that position. But Andrew brought up a good point around how are we measuring progress? And I don't know if that's contingent on the
Well,
person.
there's an item for that.
Yep.
Yeah, it's there.
Oh.
Part of the data
Yes.
manager.
But where is it? It was a 2, right?
Page number?
It's it's the third one under number 2s.
Regular reports.
Page 3, I think.
Least,
Page 3, yeah.
at least when we the question, I mean, it was very, very happy to hear that both on the data analyst and climate director, it sounds like something that's going to both play out this year. Does that affect calculations on this, because you were making a decision of what the staff could do versus is there going to be greater capacity, or are we going to be able to do things that we can pass?
Where's that one, Jim?
So with the data manager and the climate director position, we have huge capacity. Yeah. In those worlds of not necessarily to, I don't know, do build city green, but to do those.
Testing and analyzing.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Here's my fellow council's question. We're just like, honestly, we've had these conversations and in my mind, they just don't go anywhere. Are folks in favor of, say, regulating landlords to require over time a transition to carbon-free sources?
I'll speak for myself. I don't have enough information. But what occurred to me as you were talking about it was, is it newer? I assume it's existing. So, why the focus on landlords? Because that's going to translate into rent. And so some of it is what.
And this is that split incentive problem with landlords, right? Where landlords don't really have an incentive to change over fossil fuel systems if they're not paying the bill, right? And there's just no way to get it done.
So I'll go slightly into the weeds. I'll come right back out.
Sure.
So don't say it. I own a rental property. I called the HOA to find out, could I put in a split system? And I haven't gotten a good answer back yet. But I think, to me, the focus there is focusing on all the HOAs that exist within the city to first educate, provide what the capabilities are, and then I'm sure there's incentives involved already beyond what the city may offer. But the sense I got, because I talked to a couple of other folks, and I think there's one unit that has a split system in it, and it was not clear how they did it, and they had to go get HOA approval.
Yeah.
But to provide sort of the economics, to me, there's an education component that says, these are available, here's the outstanding incentives. You as HOAs, should educate your owners around how to do this, and then.
Can I describe again my idea, which I think incorporates all the concerns you're articulating, which is to say to the landlords, you have to go get an energy audit.
Mm-hmm.
The energy audit will come in and we'll know what federal incentives available, what state incentives available. The energy audit will know what's doable, what's not doable. Hopefully talk to the HOA, what the rules are, provide a list, which energy audit do, of items that the landlord could do, and then we as a council would say, you landlord have to do those things that are cost effective, and you have to do them, say, in the next 3 years. So at that point, you know what can be done, what can't be done, you know how much it costs, you know, incentives available, right? And it's kind of all laid out. And it addresses this problem of the landlord and tenant being at tension and therefore stasis.
Yeah, and I guess it hasn't been a conversation since I've been on council. So I guess I would say, let's start with all the stuff you said short of the regulation of it, because I don't know how that gets enforced or the cost of enforcing that. And can progress be made on that end? Because I see it's a gap for me in two capacities. One as a counselor and two as an actual unit owner who wants to do something and hasn't found an easy path to do it.
So this is an ordinance discussion, right?
Well,
This would be an ordinance that get written. And what Jesse suggested we do around these things is have this conversation about which ones we want to move forward with, and then pass them to staff to
Give us the pros and cons, the ups and downs, costs and benefits.
give us the,
or we could pass it to the energy committee and say the energy committee would like you to look at this next couple of months. Give them direction.
I think that if there's a way to do it that can be both requiring and incentivizing. So you have to go do an energy audit. I hear a landlord saying, I don't want to pay for an energy audit. Is there a way to, I know some energy audits, Vermont Gas will do them at no cost, depending on what they are. But I think having the energy committee look at it and
Energy
see
audits
how to.
are mostly free. They're mostly free, right? It's the items on the audit that, and again, there's already tons, honestly, of federal and state incentives for lots of stuff. And those would be laid out, right? So we wouldn't be asking landlords to do anything. It's not, doesn't make sense from a cost perspective, but this is a way to break that inertia, that you know, stasis, right? Where there's no reason for many landlords to even look at this, to know that stuff exists, because they're not the ones bearing the cost.
The audit will give the data on the property and prioritize where they can do the most good. Right?
Yes.
So if they don't have enough insulation in the ceiling, or they don't have enough insulation in the walls, if they never had insulation, so I mean, it'll become pretty obvious right away. Right?
Absolutely.
Then on top of that, you get the recommendations for, if you replace your heating system X with Y, here are the incentives, here are the rebates, here's all that stuff. So I think, like, my house was built in 2012. I put solar panels in 2014. Because I did that, I got a free energy audit. I did a blower door test, and I learned some things about my new construction that I never thought would be true.
So
right?
defective.
Huh?
So defective.
No, not defective, but just like I wish that there had been some code that it existed when my house was built that didn't exist until 3 or 4 years later, because it would have been that much more thermally efficient. So, you know, stuff like that.
So I think the question, I know you're trying to have a debate with your colleagues, and if you guys want to continue that conversation, that's fine by me, but.
Well, we can't
I
do that
think-
outside of the school, because if we went for a beer or coffee and did that, it would be
Yeah, don't go for a beer and a coffee and do it on camera.
I'm just trying to move forward on something.
Right, but what I'm saying is, so in number three, develop climate action plan, building thermal implementation plan to include the adoption of weatherization. So what I am hearing you say is that with the hiring of climate director, that is something that you all want to move to or want to.
I'm asking my colleagues that, to me, that's really important.
I would say that I think having a climate director on board is the most important thing. So again, otherwise it's stealing from Peter to pay Paul in terms of resources to do something. And this person was in the plan designated to be sort of the resource both in terms of staff and time, as well as accessing additional revenues that make it possible. So I think if we're talking about, you know, with the climate director being hired and being integrated and brought up to speed, you know, what would be some of her priorities for taxing, and then to come back to us with recommendations of what in the near term would be the most impactful, the most beneficial to meeting our targets. And in general, I favor, I think, in general education and incentivizing. I think that's the most sustainable, but we can see what the trade-offs are. And this is, I understand is the process is that you come back to us and say, we'd recommend incentives or regulatory, here are the trade-offs, costs, pushback.
So Mike, you don't want to go forward with this right now. You want to wait.
I think the climate director comes on board and
I disagree. I think we can go forward as we've gone with other policies while the director comes on board. I'm interested to know what my other colleagues think.
we'll come on board in 2 months. So
We don't know. Up to speed. Look, we've done new buildings we move forward with. We move forward with commercial solar. We move forward with other initiatives.
You already did that work.
Right.
So-
We don't need to wait. While, we don't need to wait for a new park master plan. Like we can continue to do stuff while other things are in the hopper.
When I'm looking at what is on the, going through this and looking at the items that are listed as climate director, I don't see that if we have a climate director hired that adding this to their list would make them overburdened. In which case I have no problem adding it, because once we have that climate director, that will be one more of the tasks that they're responsible for. So I would be in favor of putting that on the list because it's not adding any more pressure to these folks. And it's something.
I'm saying something more. I would like us, honestly, I'd like us to move forward with it regardless, but short of a climate director, ask us to tell the energy committee the next couple of months to look at it.
That's fine. That's fine with me.
Okay. Good.
You guys?
I don't think this is the venue that we're, again, information. I'm just hearing this and I don't know. The way I looked at this is it's tied to the climate director. I don't have any issue if it helps move this forward. And the energy committee needs a new charge, that we have that conversation at a, Warren Council meeting. So I'm okay with that. I don't know enough to comment on the every 5 years. And that to me would be the education around this. And I'd like it tied to the climate director's role, but I don't think it has to not move forward if the energy committee charge can help that move forward. I guess in a perfect world, I'd say wait for the climate director. If the energy committee can help move that forward and it's not contrary to the current charge or derails their current charge, then I think that's okay too.
Yeah, I think they and other committees are all waiting for direction from the council.
So your process is here. If this had gone normally, you would have adopted a set of policies and strategies. You would say, committees, these are what we want you to work on. What of this list are you prioritizing this year? By the way, energy committee, we really want you to prioritize this one.
Yeah.
Go work on it. And a staff liaison with the committee goes and does that once you all approve their work plan. That's how you should be handling this. I am a little concerned that we're getting into you are in the weeds of this is the order in which we're going to do things when we haven't even agreed what are the things we're going to do yet.
Okay.
Colin, do you want to pipe up here?
I think I just do have some concerns about one, requirements and how are we going to get people to do things? So if we require an energy audit and someone says no, what do? Are we issuing tickets? Are we issuing fines? Are we going to court? Are we getting injunctions? Like that's really our authority. So, I mean, a lot of landlords are going to say no. You require them to put in a heating system, they're going to say no. But I also have
But we can, if we require them to get a permit to replace the heating system, part of that permit can be the requirement for the energy audit.
I mean, one of the things we're looking at, especially when we adopted rental registry was, okay, what's our authority? And our authority is pretty much the fire codes. And so we're looking at safety. There isn't broader authority that I've seen that allows us to just go in and regulate a rental unit for other things other than health and safety. And those are pretty explicit. Short-term rentals are a little bit different because we have a ordinance or a statute that allows us to regulate short-term rentals. So I think we might have an authority problem that I would like to look into and explore further as we develop this. And so I'm a little, my hackles are raised a little bit as we send this to the energy committee to do it without kind of us taking an opportunity to dive in and say, do we even have the authority to do this before you spend a bunch of time to do it?
Burlington has done it.
Burlington has a different charter than us. Our charter is much more bare bones than Burlington's charter. And they've made a lot of charter changes that allows them to have broader authority to do so.
Well, we might need a charter change it, but yes. Your feedback would be very valuable.
Which brings us back to the charter change that didn't happen.
Yeah, but then that's why we need to talk this through. What are the next steps?
And then I think this goes back to the bigger picture of what we're doing here today, because in order for Colin to look into this, he has to know that's top priority, and maybe something else has to take a back burner so that he has that bandwidth and space to. So we need that direction from you all.
I'm putting a green dot on hiring the climate director.
Me too, yes.
I think the climate director
But I don't have a dot.
is going to basically, and I assume this person would also be the liaison to
I
the
voted
energy
up
committee.
vote two. So there's the twos are things we're gonna.
Here comes.
Ones and
Mike, I don't think that hurt you.
Have that authority today.
Mike, I don't think you were hurt. Mike, seems serious.
Yeah.
Okay.
Amongst yourselves. Look what I did, you guys. Put your initial on your dot, so I know who said it.
Oh, accountability. I don't like it.
And it's safe to assume that the climate director, because I think the climate director is the operational person who will basically allow us to understand what is going to be the most impactful, what is going to be the most timely, what are going to be the revenue costs, where that revenue may come from, that helps make it, I think, a comprehensive decision. Is it safe to say that that person would be the liaison to the energy committee? Is that a natural assumption?
That's my authority.
That's your authority in terms of maximizing.
Mike, in terms of the actions, also already well laid out in the plan as to what are the most impactful. I mean, we've done that work.
Do we want to take a 5-minute break since we just lost our chair? Because we have 45 minutes till lunch. And 45 minutes till I'll pass out your dots. If you would like to start voting.
I'm just maybe you're at this.
You don't have to.
These can go on anytime during the day.
Hey, Steve or Jared, can you open the Zoom on the other mouse? Other mouse. Can you expand the Zoom meeting and mute us?
You were a recent ancestors came from West Africa.
No.
You're right, or not Egypt. And you don't have to answer that.
2 days.
Yes. Try doing it on my computer.
No, probably, I guess more in the 30 range. Starting focus has been on short-term rentals.
The pure.
Airbnbs, that's been our priority.
I read lots of stuff. I find it fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of type of issues, right? Like
That's
GFCI,
me.
we were in one
Is there one
yesterday,
that's not muted?
non-vented basement bathroom.
Don't worry about
which
it.
is illegal.
Yeah, like close, I was probably going to.
Be careful what you say.
Great, this is what I want to
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you hired further south, but.
When we hired the director, she was working on policy and,
You also
maybe hired the inspector literally mid-July, and then it took him about 30 days to get kind of up to speed. And so he started mid-August kind of doing inspections.
Have there been any visits where somebody felt sick because of conditions or dogs or something like that?
No, I mean, not that they reported to me. I think they're bigger, I think the inspections are going to fine. Most people want to have take place because they don't know. We're still tracking that. It's amazing. There's several.
Over there.
Know that.
No, you don't need to
their
switch.
Airbnb.
Later.
Right, if you want to.
Is my.
We come back together. I want to offer you guys 2 things that we do in our leadership team meetings for just ideas. So the weeds, if somebody's down the weeds.
Yeah.
And Tom introduced a thing of doing +1. So if somebody says something you agree with, you just say +1, and then you don't restate it. Right? That's how you use it?
Sorry, you said so I don't.
Just tools if you would like.
Yeah, we don't pontificate.
All right, so you are still in your half an hour, you have another half an hour of general discussion about what did the city center growth, climate, ordinances, city school relationship. General discussion before, I am gonna ask you to dot during lunch if you have not already.
City school?
What do you guys want to talk about? Open discussion for you.
One thing I'd like to talk about is growth. We were talking about all these things that we want to do is can we come up with, and I would talk to Martha in the break, revenue projections on how do we maximize what we can do? What are the choices that we can do in terms of structurally growing revenues where the net benefit to the community and that may empower the brand.
What are your ideas, Mike?
So I think, as I mentioned earlier about the idea of growing the commercial sector in the designated areas, I think they're very good partners, have been in terms of we saw the impact. I think what that Jesse shared with us was that because of, was it on logic and beta, the increase in homestead revenues were smaller than they would be. And I guess the question I've seen in other communities where they had a strategy in many ways that we have seen here where we identify core areas. What can we do to basically encourage economic growth in those core areas? We also asked to start a study on the lot. The lot was higher than we had thought, according to Martha, in terms of bouncing back. And we'd just be curious to know, is it because of anything that we did that the lot increase, and could we increase that more? Because the goal is if we can grow the revenues, obviously taking costs and involved in growth in terms of services, can we basically expand the pie? And if so, do we look forward to a budget that is more?
Yeah, but I'm sorry, but what?
So that's
the idea. I mean, we're doing this economic.
Right, so the question is, I mean, that's obviously the priority, but can the city, in terms of, again, if we pursue this kind of policy, would the city be able to come back to us with, based on the last 3-5 years, this is what we've been identified as things that help stimulate growth in our community, in the commercial area, and these are the projected offsets that would have, or at least keeping the homestead more or less neutral or growing at a much slower rate, but yet expand the pool.
Talking about homestead versus commercial at this point?
Can I add a different thing to this?
Sure.
So this is not what you are saying, but I think that this growth conversation is an important conversation to have, which is all the questions that are there behind Sue. If we want to really understand and have an intentional conversation about how we grow into the future, I think it's really critical that we start looking backwards. We are very consistently growing. We are growing more consistently than any other community in Vermont. And we have that historic data that we've never analyzed or looked at strategically. We know where the growth has happened. We don't know what that has meant for staffing. We don't know by report what that has meant for staffing needs and cost increases and whatnot. I think if we're going to have this conversation, we need to really dedicate some time and process in the next 9 months to 2 years with a data manager on board to do that look back of where we've been as a community, and then projection out of where we're going. And then do we intentionally incentivize or de-incentivize some of those things? So there's there are great kind of thinkers out there that talk about in urban, rural, urban, suburban areas, how you get the most value out of acreage where you want to see growth, and how you do that through regulation and incentives and whatnot. So I don't think that's what you're saying, but it's expanded.
It's exactly what I'm saying. You've done it much more eloquently, is how do we basically project out based on experiences learned? Are there ways for us to grow the revenue in a way that is most acceptable to the tax basis of our community?
And I guess I would just flip that to say, given that we are going to grow,
right?
Or do we want to stop growth?
Okay, given that we
to me, that's the policy question for the council.
Given that we're going to grow, how do we grow in a way that it maximizes the revenue and without overburdening the homestead tax?
So I have a question. A few years ago, we went into interim zoning. We went into interim zoning because we were asking the question, are we developing in the way that is best for our community? And we need to stop and take a pause so that we can look at this and really understand, looking back and looking where we're going. I have concerns about growth in some growth does provide net benefit and some growth provides net negativity overall. Do we do an interim? Is there a way to do an interim growth assessment the way we did an interim zoning assessment? Because as we're growing, we don't know whether we're doing good growth or bad growth without doing that work to see what it's really doing. And I'm just wondering how we keep, you said no growth, we stop growth or we keep growing, but we don't even know how to make that decision without having the information.
So I assume you mean an interim growth study that's a study and not interim zoning. Are you suggesting?
What I was saying was interim zoning sort of stopped the development process.
It made it much harder.
Made it much harder while interim zoning was happening.
That is not what I am recommending.
No, we're talking about a study here. This is.
I am recommending a study.
Yeah,
I understand that. But you also you said we need to decide whether we're going to continue to grow or whether we're going to do no growth.
Well, what I was trying to say, and Kelsey or Tom or jump in here, what I was trying to say is, I think if we're going to have effective conversations about growing revenues or where we want to develop in the future or affordability and the tax burden, I think it would really behoove us to know where we've been first and then have those conversations. So to look at where we've been and what the implications have been, and then for the council to have a conversation, or concurrently for the council to have a conversation about, as we plan for growth in the future, given our geography, we likely will continue to grow.
Yeah.
What do you want that growth to look like? Do you want to try and rein it in at a lower level? Do you want to speed it up at a higher level in certain areas? Like all of those questions.
So
at a policy level.
This is not on our priority list right now.
So this is all of those growth questions.
I know that. My question was going to be,
I would like you guys to say, is that a 1 or 2 to you?
Is there?
No.
If we make that a 1 or a 2, do we have the capacity to do that work, or does something else have to come off of this list to do it?
So I think with the data manager, as long as we're keeping the data manager on the added staff capacity, we have the capacity to do that.
Okay.
So is one
I
of
would say absolutely.
All growth comes with burdens, right? And different types of burdens. The question is which burdens then cross a threshold becomes a problem because we don't have capacity for that particular burden. And so it can be redevelopment growth. It doesn't have to be fresh growth on green grass.
Yeah.
Any kind of growth, it comes with transportation, dependencies, education dependencies, infrastructure dependencies, police, fire, the whole thing, right? Which is all municipal or education. So that's a really good question to have is what are the constraints on those burden supplies, right? And how do we manage the growth so that we don't overburden ourselves?
Can I just jump in and just mention one thing? The city plan that the council adopted last year talks about a lot of these things. So I would hope, I'm assuming you've all read the plan, but just refreshing on the sections that are relevant before, so it's fresh in your mind before conversations like this are had. Because for example, planning for a certain level of population growth is one of the goals of the city plan that this council has adopted. So that's a stated goal, is planning for, I think it's 1.5% population growth is built into the city plan. And related to that, the draft LDR amendments that you have in front of you now do some of this growth shifting, encouraging and allowing more of the population growth and new units to be in built areas to lessen, the per mile impact on DPW. Some of these things are built into the city plan and then are already being implemented through LDR amendments. So some of the, reducing greenfield and reinvesting in existing neighborhoods and all of that kind of stuff. So I just hope that as one of Jesse's earlier slides showed, like this conversation is building on the city plan. It's not re-discussing the city plan. So just reminding everybody about that sort of tiered system.
Thank you, Kelsey. Jesse, the study that you suggested, which I strongly support, is which one of those, is that one of the dots there, or is that a summation of those dots, I guess? That would be my question.
So I think it's a summation of those things. What is reflected there is the notes we as a staff originally had going into June 19th. And then how I heard you all fine tune some of that language coming out of June 19th.
So is there any way for me to put a dot?
You can just dot the whole thing.
I can just dot the whole thing.
Just put a dot at the top or on the outside.
Oh, not there, not there.
No.
Oh, no.
Can you give us a break? We know what you mean.
It's good right there. I see it right there. Sit on my couch is asleep.
Gotta have you.
What else?
So that is the sort of the precursor to having the growth conversation. Getting this comprehensive overview of what has happened over the last 2 decades or.
Well, I don't think it's a guess in my mind, how I'm thinking about it, and Kelsey, again, feel free to channel Paul here. If this is going to be a priority for you all, I think it's going to require some process. So ideally, either you give me direction on that, or I bring you forward a process, a recommendation of a process of what to do. I think this is an area where we would really benefit from a city manager or city manager and superintendent committee, not necessarily as a new standing committee, although it could be a new standing committee, but a group of residents and thought leaders who could help guide, what does this study look like? What are the data points we want to review? What is the kind of economic theory out there that we want to bring to you? So as you take that and think about what you do with it, you have some guidance. So I guess in my mind, the growth is a whole new initiative that we would kick off, that either you could give me ideas on progress or process around, or I would make a recommendation to you on. The study would be part of that process.
I think that having you give us your thoughts as a starting place would be awesome. That we could then add to.
I think this is really important, but I'd love to continue discussing all the other threes.
Yes.
All the other threes? Oh, all the other threes right there.
Yeah.
Want to do that?
List of 5.
Again,
Yeah.
well, people put their dots on it. Right off the dots.
If you do respond to Andrew, yeah, I put already one of the dots up on the work with GMT to improve connectivity throughout the city. Again, I think this basically meets all of the objectives laid out in the city plan. It is about cooperating with our regional partners, cost savings and benefits that derive from that. It addresses both issues of the city and the school in terms of creating a partnership and helping manage costs and creating services. It addresses the climate action, which is getting people out of cars, changing social behavior out of convenience instead of out of sort of a immediate sense of necessity or understanding of the requirement to do so. And it creates a sort of a human component to it. And also to be, why I also sort of prioritize it is because we're at an inflection point. As you all have heard, the Green Mountain Transport is going through a cut, but I think because of the active role that the city and the school have been taking the amount of transport, we can have an opportunity to use their cuts to switch it to a reimagining to the benefit of us. But the one challenge, of course, is it's within this window of time in which they need to make decisions. So to me, it seems like a win-win-win for all the different sort of interests that our city center, our city plan incorporates. It also addresses very much the challenges we have or the opportunity to change behaviors in a constructive way in line with our city plan. And it also helps address in a positive way what can happen in the city center to avoid congestion, to create opportunities to access city center. So, and it's a way that, you know, the benefits and the costs of that are also ultimately shared over the long term. It's sort of reimagining of green non-transit for the first time, helping bring our city together instead of having the spoken wheel requirement where, you know, everyone has to go into Burlington and out. And, you know, that in itself is a disincentive time-wise for people to use it. So that's why I added it.
Do folks want to spend? No, not everyone's dotted threes, right?
No, not yet. I got my dots right.
Do folks want to?
Are these just supposed to go on threes or can they be going over? I mean,
They could go over there too. I would say don't put a green dot on a 2 or a 1.
right.
You could put a red dot on a 2 or a 1 if there's something you really want to discontinue. Primarily, it's focused on threes. You guys do realize that this structure came from my brain. It's not law, right? Like you can change this structure.
You're putting us in the, you know.
You can have more dots. You can. Do you want to spend some time doing red dots and green dots on threes, and then have lunch, and then come back at like 1 and kick off a little early?
I would vote, at least for me, in terms of red dots to the, I am happy to defer to the judgment of the community that, you know, what would, if we were to leave things off, what would be the less impactful in the immediate terms, given the city plan objectives? What could be the thing that if they were to postpone, would be, you know, the discussion mentioned. But if you're comfortable sharing that.
I will put up my red dots. I will put up red dots if that is what we all want. That's for just in case we need.
Dots.
Those are those are meant to be bike rack things. Like, what are the things you don't want to lose forever, but what you don't want to do this year? You split it up. You and I. All right, let's Tim, feel free to course correct me here. Let's break here, do your dots. Lunch will be ready at 12:30. Reconvene at 1.
Yeah.
Can I
Did you
make
put your red dots up?
one comment, because it kind of falls in the category of,
Just go ahead and do it.
I have one green dot left.
Uh-oh.
I do not believe, I feel obligated because I have spoken out on the charter change to expand the city council, to put it there, but I also believe that should have shown up in a prior year plan based on the prior council's tabling that at the discussion at the time. So, you know, I'll put it there, but I probably would prefer to put it on growth. Because I just don't know why it hasn't made it on a calendar before now. And arguably you could say, hey, this is taking a lot of time today, might take longer with 7 members, whatever the number is. And I think this is good conversation on behalf of our community. And our goal is to walk away today with a shared list of priorities. And I think we can do that. I think we can do it with 5, and I think we can do it with 7 too. Again, I'm not sure why it didn't show up before.
I like your idea. Will we be eating here at these locations these days?
So Andrea's lunch is set up and ready to go. It's set up in the kitchen. You can either
Outside.
grab it, go outside to the balcony that's over.
Can we eat here?
You can eat here or by the kitchen or come back to your table. Please don't all sit together and decide, make final policy decisions.
We are trying to control. If we eat at the table with them.
You eat at the table with the mic on, you can do that.
Yes.
I was trying to give you a little break. All right. Adjourn or go.
Somebody's gonna get lunch.
Go get lunch.
We're dots and dots, right?
You know, you can turn it off anytime you want. You just say, Alexa, turn it off. You can say shut up, but you also can listen to.
All right,
No,
Because
Alexa,
we are back.
we back.
Back.
We're back. We don't have all of our.
we've got the important.
So, Steve, we got the important part. Steve had to go to a meeting. Kelsey just got pulled out for a sec. I believe the attorneys will be back. Martha's working, finance staff, they can all come back in if you need them.
Did they have to rush out to the courthouse?
What?
Did they rush out to the courthouse?
Let's rush to the courthouse.
Actually, I would consider what is a reflection of our
And
conversation.
Tom is the anchor.
Holding down this corner. You'll see.
It's here to ask me.
Okay, so for the next 45 minutes or so, we can walk through these dots. Does that sound good? Right, so seeing 3 greens on growth, that seems like a hard yes. I am gonna focus, I'm a little bit gonna disregard the number of dots and just assume like, yeah, red or green, and talk through those, make sure we are in agreement. So 2 red dots for naming of public spaces policy. Put it on the bike rack for FY26.
Yeah, I did have the caveat on that that's good until we have to name something.
Maybe we won't name anything this year.
Well,
I was sort of thinking. Do we have anything on the?
I suggested to Elizabeth that we have a naming moratorium until that's done.
There you go.
The only thing that's coming is the naming of I-89 Bridge, potentially.
But that's a few years down the road, yeah.
Yes. Just that I know of.
So back to 26.
years.
So
Done.
I did put green and red dots on, although I screwed them up a little bit. So I would like to advocate that we do offer contracted dispatch services, because I think this is a revenue generator for the city. We've invested a lot of money in monitoring or modernizing our dispatch center recently. I think if we do this is Burke, he doesn't have a lot of the other priorities, so I'm green dotting that. Red dot on review governance structures and operations for city cemeteries. FY26 bike rack.
Can you repeat?
Sorry, review governance structure and operations of the city cemeteries.
Yeah.
Who did that?
I did that.
Okay.
I'm just, it's not high priority for me. If it's gonna take a lot of staff work, it wasn't high priority.
I think it's important.
I think it's important.
I think it's important, and I don't think it rises to the level of some of the other importances that we have.
I couldn't green dot that one, relatively speaking, but I did have the question whether this can fall under Parks and Rec.
Parks and Rec master plan, that we need to follow the Parks and Rec.
Yes, and there, to me, there are some complementary activities that could be included. Because it is open space, it's space. Yeah, that was just a question I had.
I have a question. What is our liability?
Above.
Because I remember when we got the briefing, there was a question of having the funds, having the properties, deceased information. I mean, who ultimately is liable? Are they liable? Or is the city
No, the
liable?
city is liable.
So we still have this liability issue out there.
Is there an easy thing that we can do right now? I mean, there was just something, maybe appointing some members to the committee without having to do a whole lot of work.
There's probably 3 things committee wants to do, Burlington's want to do. One is plot the remaining land, so we know where we're selling lots. Now, you could just say we're not going to sell any more lots. That solves that. But we don't have a good grid. to sell the plots in.
Because you don't know where you can sell.
Well, we can estimate where they're gonna be,
You
but
need,
we
you
can,
need the city help to do that?
it needs to be surveyed.
Okay, okay. So
And
that's not gonna happen right now.
That's gonna take some months.
Yeah, so that's not gonna happen right now. Are there easy things, Peter, that, I mean,
Well, the other is policies or rules and regs about how you sell a plot. People are gonna wanna buy plots, which are happening now. The right forms to use, that's all been drafted up. It's once been reviewed by the attorney. So we were kind of starting off, but then it got into actually who sells the plots? Is that Parks and Recs? Is it the city clerk's office? So it's kind of, yeah, I don't think it's a huge project, but Jesse would know better.
So I think it's a pretty big project.
Okay,
I think that right now what you have, we are ultimately liable for it. We don't have a city staff person dedicated to all the things Peter's talking about. One of the challenges here is that Donna Kinville serves on the Sexton. She used to be a city employee, so a lot of this was covered under her role as clerk. Not because it's a clerk job description, she just basically volunteered to do it and had access to all the city systems. So it doesn't have a staff person. We would need to define staff roles. We don't have a budget for that. We have a very small maintenance budget and Tom does, Public Works does that portion of it. To me, this is a kind of either we kind of place a moratorium, which we've done recently, and we haven't officially done, but that's kind of passively happened.
Can we, for me, I guess the big question is, I don't, maybe I'm exaggerating it, but I'm thinking something goes bad, someone, makes an honest mistake, and then we have some family who's in a very emotional sense, make this a big issue and becomes very time consuming for the city. I don't know, is a moratorium?
I think if you're not going to prioritize this, we should put a moratorium.
I have a question. What's the level of effort for you, because I see your name next to it, to move this forward in a way that helps the Sextons? Is this something that's going to take a lot of your time, or is this something that can be done without a whole lot of effort?
So the conversations won't take a whole lot of effort. The challenges I think what the Sextons are looking for is a staff person. And we don't, or what I would recommend the Sextons be looking for is a staff person. And we don't have that. And we don't have, I wouldn't say that is competitive based on the conversation with like adding a climate position or adding a data position or adding, a new part-time position in Public Works, which may be what this is, something. And that's the challenge I see it's a resource challenge, not necessarily a time challenge.
Is that staff position so large that it couldn't fit under the envelope of Parks and Rec or some other department right now?
I mean,
I'm just trying to figure where
we start to see what else we've got going on here and come back to this one. I mean, we've been having this conversation with a lot of these items, right?
But at least we have a sentiment going on. So.
And just so I'll pipe up here only because I've been involved too, is that as long as you all are aware that at the end of the day, yes, that without a cemetery commission, it does fall to city council to be responsible for the cemeteries. And right now we don't have clear guidance from the city council around what are the rules for our cemeteries, et cetera.
So moratorium would, I think.
City council is the cemetery commission.
Correct.
What does moratorium mean?
No more burials. Until we've gridded it, until we have a process in place.
And since we don't have columbariums, we can't do anything else besides bird.
All right, we'll come back to it. I have overlapping red and green dots on expand this council.
You have many green dots?
I have one green and one red.
I covered up worries.
I know, I just saw.
At least she's honest.
Shenanigans. I think they're shenanigans.
I call shenanigans.
I put the red on there because it's a conversation that I think is worthy of having. But it feels to me like we've got a huge amount of work that is really important, and with 5 members, we have meetings that are going till 11 and 12 already.
I make more coffee. Does anybody want some?
So this doesn't rise to the level of high priority for me. That's why I put that there.
I second that. I didn't have enough red thoughts.
Yeah, and again, we have a committee recommendation, and that's what we charge committees to advise council. This is an outstanding issue. And I think in many ways, the workload to me necessitates some diversity and bandwidth that is reflective of current growth in the city.
I also share those views as expressed in the public. And I think we have the opportunity for the population residents to weigh in March 7th. I think it's a timing issue. As Lisa explained to us by calling the process, and we seem to have the time to do it. So I think it would be a priority from my perspective as well, and let the citizens of our community decide.
I'm neutral on this, but again, over 50% said they didn't think they needed to have more than 5, right? And when they surveyed the community. So there wasn't that strong enough signal for me. And then from all the surveys of the number of the population versus, the number of select people or council people, right? It just, it kind of comes out in the wash, and it's just not a very strong signal for me for the need. Problem I have is we go to 7, I can visualize a crap lot more money coming into those elections, right? From sources that we all know about, to get more people for them on the city council than before. And, the average person doesn't have a large sum of money to spend. They don't have $15,000, $20,000 to spend on a campaign. I mean, and you don't know what you're going to get for candidates at a certain time, but I'm just saying that environment that we have today is just going to be exacerbated by going to 7. That's my opinion.
So let me address this in a slightly different way. The resource, this is going to take, so what this question is do you want to put an item on a ballot for a town meeting? That's still a vote you would have to take at a warm public meeting in the future to actually do that. But if that's the question for today. So that's going to take, some of Colin and Jared's, maybe, 10 hours of Colin and Jared's time to review timelines, write ballot language, put out warnings, blah, blah, some amount of my time to write education material, some amount of Andy's time to push that out. So all in, we're probably talking 20, 24 hours of staff work to do this. What it is going to take is a public vote from you, a public hearing from you, and then running public hearings in advance of the town meeting day vote. So it's almost more a burden on your agendas than it is on staff workloads. Do you want?
That's my concern, because we already have a very loaded agenda, and while I would like to parking lot it, but we also, aren't we waiting for information back about?
We got it.
We got it?
Yeah, it's in the back.
Okay.
So I'm either hearing 3-2 no or 3-2 yes.
I think you're at 3-2 no.
3-2 no, okay.
And parking, again, I think this is a governance issue. I think for that amount of time to take it to the voters to get a definitive representation of what the community would like to see. I don't think governing anticipated finance spending, which is not the norm.
I understand.
Is a reason not to do it.
Just thinking about the reality of what will happen. So
I think I also believe I think it's up to the population. They may share your concerns, or they may have a different view. And since this is ultimately the governance of this city, and we are the house of the people, I think it stands fair and transparent to ask the population what they want. And then they come back with 5 or 7 or whatever.
Can I make a middle ground solution and Jared, you?
No, you go ahead. I was just gonna say that the other option here for the public in general is to do the 5%. petition. So if you all were to put it voluntarily, this public, if they felt strong enough about it, could also petition for a charter change and that would go on the ballot without city council deciding whether it goes or not.
If it's
Yeah,
important.
and I feel like that diminishes the work the committee was already charged with.
So a middle ground idea, if you do want to move forward with the charter committee, you have tasked at this point the charter committee with working on all resident voting. You could say, instead of doing a charter vote on expanding the council and a charter vote on all resident voting, maybe on the same ballot, maybe on different ballots, you could say, you're gonna pick this back up again when the charter committee comes forward with an all resident voting recommendation, and then you're having one set of charter changes on one ballot. Not being the same question necessarily, two different questions, but on the same ballot for ease of public, doubling up the public hearing capacity, all of that kind of stuff. No? Yes? No? You're still no?
The resolution
You're still
that
yeses?
just passed had a firm date of November for recommendation from the charter committee to include this in the 2025 election. So we're saying that pending that recommendation, there would be at least that item on the ballot.
No, well. Say that
That's what the
again.
resolution that passed.
The resolution that's passed the charter committee to come back with a response to this, not necessarily.
It was a
Yeah, that-
recommendation,
it
but
would-
it had dates tied to it.
It did have dates tied to it to come back to you all, not necessarily come
With a
back,
target of,
right, but come back to you all with a recommendation of if to move forward and how to move forward. So it may be that they come back to you and say, we need more time to study this, put it on town meeting day 2026. It may be call a special meeting in the summer. It may be something else.
yeah, and that was one of my concerns with bringing up a new charge linked to organizational changes with the charter committee, was that it had the potential to delay a standing recommendation by the committee, which does have time, to go on the March ballot.
All right. You guys tell me, I'm hearing 2 yeses, 3 nos. We're putting this on the FY26 parking lot? I'm looking at you, Tim, to break it. Okay. Green yes to economic development strategic plan. You funded it, you voted it, you voted that for. All of these are, I think, are the ones that I've written climate next to. So there's these 5 and then one over on your spreadsheet, I think are the discussion you had earlier about hiring a climate director and charging them with who needs things for it. So I'm gonna skip over those with the assumption that they've all been green dotted.
Right, but again, and we'll charge the energy committee at looking at some of this. In the meantime.
I disagree with that process, but you all.
Why?
It's the climate.
Because the purpose of this project isn't to order the work. The purpose of this project is to say, this is our next 9-month work plan.
Right,
And then we're gonna give that to the committees. They're gonna say what they wanna work on. By the time that process happens, I think we have a climate manager on board who can lead the charge and be the face of this work and work with Colin on the legal authority and da-da-da-da.
See these priorities.
So that when you guys pass them, vote to approve them at a council meeting,
Okay.
the next day they'll be sent to all the
Okay,
committees.
so that's not too far off.
Yeah, so
Okay,
fast as you wanna work.
That's fine, that's fine.
Alright. Review goals and objectives for trees in the city, think about incentive options and regulatory framework. So this is 2 red dots, I am red dotting this, I think that this is a big ordinance conversation that we've never had a council policy conversation again about. And we have a lot of other ordinances to work on.
This is apart from the emerald ash borer strategy that we.
I believe this is meant to be the tree ordinance the NRC took it upon themselves to work on.
So I have a question on that, being the liaison to the NRCC. And I was asked how to move it forward, and I said we were gonna discuss it today. And something has already been given to the planning commission or to the staff to deliver to the planning commission. The NRCC is under the understanding that that is moving forward. This decision if I understand it, is going to stop that process. Is that correct?
So I would say, I guess my interpretation of that, and Kelsey, of course, correct me if you guys are working on something else, is that it would pause it. It would put it on the FY26 right track. It would say, maybe this is an ordinance we take up after we take up building and thermal, after we take up all the other ordinances up.
So from the planning commission perspective, and you know this, Lori, there was a presentation made by the NRCC in the late fall, in November. The planning commission's response was that it's something that they were interested in potentially working on moving forward. At that point, we still had the city plan and then the Home Act and Be Home Act related LGR amendments that have taken most of the remaining sort of 8 or 9 months since then. The discussion between myself and Dave Wheeler, who's the staff liaison to the NRCC, was that planning commission would not be able to take this up even as a topic, like let alone that they've drafted something, but even as a topic until after these amendments moved forward. And then at that point, this whole conversation was happening and the discussion has been that it has to be something that the city council has decided is a priority to be taken on in this fiscal year.
And I'm more than willing, I mean, I'm happy to go back to the NRCC and explain this, but I just wanted to also point out that the charter committee came forward to the council with a recommendation.
At the request of the council.
At the request of the council, and the council is saying we may move forward with it now. It's similar to what's happened with the tree thing.
The council never asked them to.
The council didn't ask for them, but they brought it forward as a recommendation to the council.
And this is one of the, kind of back to Andrew's original questions about who's responsible for policy. This is the way we have screwed it up as a collective team.
Why do you say that?
Because the council never charged their policy committee to do something. The policy committee just went and ran
I
with
challenge
something.
out a little bit because, and this is an important discussion to have.
Yeah.
We have a committee comprised of people that are knowledgeable about natural resources and have their ideas about what we should do as a city to conserve or promote those. And I guess my perspective would be that the way the city makes policy is both bottom up and top down. We have ideas that we share, that we push down, that get percolated, that get worked on. The committee members should also have ideas that they work on, that they push up. And we look at those together, we integrate them, we figure out how to move forward, but to kind of neuter them and say, no, you shouldn't come up with your own ideas and your own policy, except under our explicit direction, I think is a mistake. So I just want to make sure that's not what you're saying.
So that is not what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I'm saying, and I mean this with all due respect, that the council liaison role fell down here. That's the point of having council liaisons, to hear policy committees having discussions and saying, ooh, this is a big thing that the council is going to have to take action on in the future. Let me go check with them and make sure we're pulling in the same direction. That never happened. So the council never.
No, I think it was raised at the council meeting several times that they're working on a tree ordinance.
But there was no direction given. I mean, Tim, maybe you have a different recollection of this from past.
Just the ash borer part of it, that's all. I mean, there was a couple of statements about a tree ordinance, but I don't think I ever heard any details about it, right?
So having come in the middle of this because they were already working on it when I became the liaison, this conversation is also really helpful for me to understand more what my role as a liaison is. So if the committee is working on something that they haven't been charged by council, my role as a liaison is to bring that forward to the council and say, is this something you want them to keep working on, or do we want to tell them to stop?
Ideally,
Is that what I hear
to
you
me,
say?
that's, I think, the smoothest governance model to make sure our volunteers aren't spending a huge amount of time. I mean, in this case, I think there may be 3 votes on council to support this. I don't know, but we've now, a group of volunteers has now spent a huge amount of time working on something that may go nowhere. And that's not how we want to treat the people giving so much of their time to
Exactly.
the city.
And
That alignment to me is super important.
I could say because of this, I know that going back and telling them that this is being put in the parking lot is going to be met with huge disappointment, as is putting the the vote on number of members of the council is creating big disappointment. So we need to figure out how to do this better going forward.
What is the purpose of telling those volunteers they should continue to refine their ideas that they think are important? And maybe at some point they'll present something that we all think is really compelling. I mean, they're volunteers. Why can't they continue to work on it? We're telling them they shouldn't work on it.
If that's your choice.
No, we're telling them that we're not going to take it up, which means that we're not going to ask the planning commission to go or the staff of the planning commission to go forward and present it to the planning commission. They've done the work, but we're saying we're putting it on hold for now.
I think it also means you're not allocating attorney time to review and write
That's
an
right.
ordinance. You're not allocating the arborist's time, public works. You're not putting that time at this time, you're not
Exactly.
allocating that staff time, right? That's something we're gonna look at in the future.
You're not studying future costs.
So for them to keep working on it, they can keep working on it, but they're not getting the support that they need. So that's like,
Well, I think part of this too, well, we're getting weeds. Where's my weed alarm? Never mind.
Weeds.
I think it's clear there has to be standardization because, and the standardization, I think, is, as you laid it out, or at least the operating assumption that when I joined, that I see these applications to committees differs in terms of how it does it. And so it is, I think, even confusing to a new city councilor. You know, one group is charged, they do something, they present it, it's not accepted, but they were told to put the resource, another one shows up and approaches the city council that, you know, you should accept this. So I think it is very confusing, not only to the public, but to be honest, to a new city council. And it seems sort of, as you said, sort of reversed in the way I would think you probably does work elsewhere.
so that is parking lot.
I'm really surprised Bob Britt is not yelling at me for saying parking lot and not bike rack.
I know
No.
that.
I use the term parking lot, not bike rack.
Review fire life and safety ordinances and resources to meet evolving needs of community, including review of single family construction fees and battery storage. Green dot.
That was me. Having been in the construction business and knowing the way houses are built, it seems like an important thing at some point.
Two dots on take action to incentivize communities' vision, explore opportunities for micro grants for accessory dwelling units and duplexes. Two red dots, I say this should be an FY26 bike rack. I think is important, but we have other work to do around housing policy this fiscal year. So we don't have great readiness for this fiscal year.
And I would just want to point out, right now, there's no charge for the Affordable Housing Committee. And actually there's not people on it either, but are we going to put that committee on hiatus?
And on that one item, there is also money available from the state for ADUs right now.
You mean so it can keep going in the background?
So even if we're not doing it, the incentives are already out there.
All right.
I would like to just revisit that at the end of the meeting, sort of where we are at with existing committees.
Okay.
If we're putting
Can
some
you
on.
remind me to do that? I put a green dot on this consider changes related to Act 250 reform. This is coming out of H 687. This is something Paul is actively working on now with regional planning. This is a relatively low lift, and I think as the second largest city in the state, if we're not participating in this conversation, it's going to have real big implications down the road. So it's low lift. I think we should do it.
I will.
Are you all okay with that?
Yeah.
Can I just add 10 seconds to that? That also includes things like the state designation programs having different statuses for things like if we wanted to have special status for any part of Shelburne Road, we already have it here. There's a lot of tier system stuff that all has to do with this Act 250. These changes at the state level and working at the Regional Planning Commission for setting housing targets for different communities.
Is this potentially gain us access to resource basically on statuses or flexibility in terms of what we can do? Does this also apply to this
It
concept
can,
of changing the
because,
city center to this other?
Yes, it can.
Okay, great, yeah, super.
Tim. Is this TPR? Is this you, Tim?
TPP?
PPP?
Yeah.
Seek opportunities to improve response to services for mental health and social service needs. I also green dotted this. Again, this is a Burke one. He doesn't have a whole lot of other ones. I think we're gonna see our needs continue to grow and we need to be proactive.
And how does his staffing challenges address? Because when I looked at it, I agree that's part of the public safety and public health. But is he able to do that? Because he, there's the 10 down, we always hear about, we have 20 30 slots, we have 20. Is that just about the police? But he also has a social component. Personnel, does he have that capability?
So two different responses to that. One, he was doing a road shift at Market and Natilio this morning. So yes, staffing impacts him. Two, this is primarily his work, not other officers' work.
Okay.
Three, if we don't do this better, public safety is gonna get worse. So then it's gonna be getting out ahead of things. So our police need doesn't get higher.
Great, okay.
That would have had 2 greens on it, but I wanted to spread them out.
Elizabeth and I red dotted the cultural strategic plan. This is Alana. She's got a lot of stuff. This is a lovely plan. Do we put it off to FY the parking lot?
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that. This killed me to do this one, but you made me use my dot.
Not here.
Well, I really looked at it in terms of my opening commentary on City Center. I think Alana has so much on her plate, and I feel like this plan can lag some of the other things and be more informative at that point. So that was really some of my thinking in putting that on there. I do think we allocated ARPA funds for this, so if that opens up the opportunity to reallocate, that would be a question as well.
So if you all are in agreement with this, what I'm actually gonna do is, because it won't be under contract by December for ARPA funds, I'm gonna take it out of ARPA and I'm gonna ask you to allocate FY24 surplus to it on Monday night. So it will still be funded, but in the future, that can happen anytime into the future.
Was that currently on the ARPA list?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. One of the other things that you said you were gonna move into that list and then transition to that because.
You actually made independent votes on that and then.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. One dot on collaborate with the airport on walking paths and use adjacent to Chamberlain.
That was my dot. It was again, I found an opportunity to basically pool resources to get a better bang for the buck and to reach out to a part of a community that has perhaps less access to green space, open space, and so I thought it was a positive opportunity.
Kelsey, do you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, just a little more context on it. There's sort of 2 bits to this and the green space around the airport or between the airport and the Chamberlain neighborhood. One is the airport actively using landscaping and path development in that area as part of their landscaping requirement for their terminal expansion and some other projects. That's one piece of it. This dot or this line is that's sort of already going on at the DRB level. This dot is also for further collaboration. So working to improve those things sort of on top of this, working more as a partner. The city has a pool of money from the jet fuel tax that has to be used for the betterment. The phrasing is something close to like the benefit of the traveling public. So some things in that area in the park space that is close enough in proximity and related enough to the airport can be where that money goes. So this line, my understanding is that sort of second conversation past the tying of landscape budget to a DRB application and being more of an affirmative collaborative partner to make that space better and to use the jet fuel tax appropriately.
It strikes me, the revenue's there, partners there, we get more bang for our buck and we help part of our community.
One green dot on create micro grants for neighborhood and community development.
The red.
Sorry, red dot.
Colorblind, we're supposed to be colorblind.
That was similarly tied to, maybe 9 to 12 months down the road, that may be more relevant, but it's also on Alana's plate right now with a lot of what I believe are more important and time critical city center activities.
Good. Okay. I red dotted the RFP for non-public safety professionals to serve as crossing guards. I felt like I had an obligation to do this because this is school work that city staff are doing.
I thought I red dotted that too, but I guess I didn't. Shoot. Oh, I did it on my sheet here, but I forgot to put it.
We have started this work. We can continue.
It was just to flesh out a little bit. I mean, I think it was a request to put one crossing guard at the one problematic intersection, or one traffic mark, one person, right at the problematic intersection, to maybe relieve the burden on our police. Seems like,
Are you talking the Heinsberg Road and?
No, he's talking about.
right here, the newly named,
Market and Detilia.
Market and Tilio, right? So because it doesn't make sense to have
There's a policeman and two crossing guards.
right, a policeman and two crossing guards there for that one. It just seems like a huge inefficient use of talent, right? We talked about maybe hiring someone that's more experienced than a senior citizen, with a, yellow vest, but not all the credentials.
That's what Burlington is trying to hire. Is there a bunch of people that?
With that at all.
Just one, Jesse. I don't think we were talking about
The question is,
guards across
the question is who should be doing this? Should.
No, just for the one.
No, I'm saying, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
I think that is school work, not city work.
I mean, for that
That is what I'm saying.
space.
Schoolwork.
Well, I just have to say some of the reason this has happened is some design issues and I drive it every morning, so I'm living with it, but.
And we are
again,
doing the engineering RFP so I do need to say, and Tom, jump in here. That street was engineered to be an urban street. It is not misengineered. We don't like how it's engineered, so we are going to re-engineer it, but it wasn't done wrong. We are doing that. That is somewhere else that we did not red or green. That RFP is.
Due on the 30th,
Due on the
submissions from
30th.
contractors.
So we are doing that.
So I don't know that it's necessary school work for an intersection where we're saying it requires a policing function. And there's a policing function there now. I think there's, it's not clear. Honestly.
Okay, so 1 yes to override me, 2 yeses to override me. That's fine. I just.
I guess I want to go back and just say, there is a problem when a bus can't make the turn.
Yeah,
And the
and that-
school
And
has
that's
already,
addressed now with the engineer.
but that notwithstanding, the presence of a police officer has been good, I think. I don't think that's an efficient use of police
Totally agree.
resources. So I agree with you on that, Jesse. I am reticent to say this is a current issue the school has to resolve exclusively because there are some moving parts here. So I look at a few of these things in here as kind of part of the whole city center conversation, but this falls into, and you can yell weeds at me anytime, Jared. It's kind of an existing operational issue that I hope collaboratively we can deal with more effectively and efficiently. The start of the school year, it's been good to have a police office or a presence there. But I will also say trained individuals helping with the crossing I think would be better. So, and that.
All right, so I'm gonna eliminate mine. We'll keep it on here. It will be on your steering committee. Well, Andrew will be doing a Safe Routes to School update at steering committee, so.
There's one other piece I want to add to that, which is just when we were doing coffee with the counselor, we heard a lot of feedback about the Market Street and Heinsberg Road intersection. And there could be new signaling and it's going to improve. But between now and when that happens, it's a safety concern, not just for kids going to school, but for a lot of people. And I don't know if there's a way that can be addressed with, at busy times, somebody to make that safer as well. So
If we could just hang in there on that one for like a few months. We met with property owners that are going to be impacted by that new signal
yeah,
yesterday. We've got everybody on board as of yesterday verbally, so we're just kind of finalizing the plan to bid it out in the next month or two.
So do you have a sense of when it'll go in, Tom?
Yep, in the next year for sure. So if we can get through final plans, we can get through V-Trans's 1111, which we've been very involved with them, so I don't anticipate that. We're gonna bid it, then we'll wait all winter probably for all the pieces to come in and they can put it in the spring, is my expectation. We just gotta make it through winter.
So 6 to 8 months from now, it's a pretty foregone conclusion.
Yes. Assuming the bid prices come back at a scale that council and our budget can support. I think we had a pretty good number in there, but we've seen a lot of high bids. So I always gotta, for all the construction that's about to happen, which is extensive, it all comes with that caveat is we'll see what contractors give us for prices and how hungry they are for this work.
And this is exactly where you have the savings. If it comes in at $375, not $350, you have fund balance.
But the questions that Lori referenced, we're hearing from the public, you know, I just want to be sure that I say, oh, this issue is on the agenda in the next 6 to 8 months should be resolved. So we can feedback. Okay.
Right, so I'll make sure I put a note in your packets when we put it up to bid, so you can communicate that, but we've sort of been in the design and making sure the neighbors can get out of their driveways. If you go over there and you think about how a signal is gonna work, it's not real straightforward, so.
Absolutely.
Right, GMP is the next one, a green dot. I think we earlier put this under the kind of climate box umbrella. Red dot on revised sewer ordinance to modify Burlington City Park.
I think we can wait a year.
That's already done.
No, but it's just, you know, it's tweaking it, but sounds like things are gonna be okay the next year, right?
No problem with our.
Ordinance is updated. We've got some clear language. Our next step is to make a plan to reach out to residents that don't have meters. I know my staff talked about that for the first time since the council meeting yesterday. They'll come back to council maybe if you'd like with an update on that at some point, but it's not something we're gonna send letters on.
I thought the resolution last meeting was gonna be kind of like not strenuously enforce that requirement for a bit.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
The rest ordinance applies. There's sort of a gray area that is left untouched until.
It is as gray as it was, but now we're doing things by the ordinance. And so the next step, right, would be to send those letters, but that's not next on my to-do list. And I think we'll talk more about that, certainly internally and as much as council wants to before we take any action and send any letters.
All right, the next one is red dot on continue the water wastewater rate discussion.
I want to continue that discussion.
Okay, one yes, one no.
You said yes.
I want to continue, yeah, because, and we've talked about this before, I want to know if the large apartment buildings are paying their fair share or not per unit. That's, and once that question is answered, if they are, then I'll give up, you know.
The reason I red dotted it, Tim, is because other than the you know, minimum, like everyone produces 1,000 gallons, why not? Because we don't have a fee per meter.
Yeah.
I was kind of comfortable that things ain't broke right now. It was if we introduce a fee per meter that things started breaking. So I didn't think it would,
This is not fee per meter. This was based upon a 4-inch supply pipe to a 60-unit building. That has an HOA.
Yeah.
And we don't know what the per unit payment is per month or per pay period. We don't know. They get one bill for the whole building and we don't know.
No, as long as it's based on volume. It
may be based on volume, but each unit doesn't get an individual bill.
Right.
The HOA pays the entire bill and then puts it into the HOA fees.
Right.
So the question is each unit, since you don't know how much they're using, but you can approximate if it's 1, 2, 3 bedrooms, is it paying their fair share?
That's the HOA's problem.
No, let me hear what I'm saying. You got 60 units in a building. It's got a 4-inch pipe and it's got 1 meter on it. They get one bill for the whole site. So if you broke it up into 40, 60 houses, right, of 1, 2, or 3 bedrooms, are they paying the equivalent or not?
No, but I just want to make sure. So put aside that each resident gets billed for at least 1,000 of, you know.
If they have a meter.
What?
If they have a meter.
Just put that aside. Because we do volume-based building, that HOA is going to pay the proportionally right amount for the entire building.
I don't know that.
Of course, it's just volume-based.
We don't know that.
Unless everybody's using less than 1,000.
We don't.
I'm saying put the 1,000 aside. I understand the 1,000 is a little wrench in it. I understand the 1,000 gallons is a wrench. That's what you're concerned about, the 1,000
I want
gallons?
to know whether each unit is using a proportional value of the total bill towards the 1,000, cubic.
Again, that's the HOA's problem. Why do you care about that?
No, because if it's not an HOA problem, it's a fairness problem among the resident for the single family residences, right? Or it's a fairness problem for everybody with a meter, except for Queen City Park, right? Because they have their own methodology versus the non-metered large apartment buildings.
But the issue that you're worried about is that everyone, every meter gets billed for at least 1,000 of gallons, and therefore the single residence not using 1,000 gallons maybe pays more than the individual homeowners that are not using 1,000. That's the issue you worry about?
Maybe it's a good opportunity for the city to suggest, based on their expertise, what are the pros and cons of whether we go forward with this or not.
I want to see a large buildings bill, one bill, take the number of units, number of bedrooms, and figure out if the per unit cost proportional is roughly equivalent or less or more than the minimum usage, right? And if it's far below, right?
And they're not being billed.
Then they're not.
You're concerned about the 1,000, the 1,000.
Yeah, it's all about the 1,000.
Yeah. And we don't know what the number is, that's all.
You want to make comment, Tom?
I can pick out a building or two, Tim, and send you some info.
Okay. But I don't want to do.
I think this is a good example of the level of effort that this might take to resolve once we get into the weeds on this one, because it's complicated. And the way I hear council talk about this sometimes, I have to say, does concern me a little bit, because you are also responsible for funding our water programs. And so I hear a lot, obviously, about what the customers are paying, and we have the lowest rates in the state. We still do. But then to hear the sentiment that we're charging too much is concerning to me with all the work I see on the horizon. So I think this could balloon into a larger discussion as well.
I didn't say charging too much. I just don't know if those large buildings are not paying enough. That's the key. Because if they're not paying enough, and depending upon how many units we have across the city, if they paid more, you would either have more, I mean, you try to level balance that, that income, right?
And that gets complicated, Tim.
I know, but at least we'll have the data in front of us and we can talk about it.
So I'll send you a couple example buildings. We can satisfy that, or, scratch that itch. But to take it to the next level.
Boy, your staff is really.
Well said, Tom.
Back here in the corner now.
Sorry.
Before you move on, I see the lines with green and red dots. We didn't talk about the ones that are no dots. Are they off priority list?
No, they're all threes.
I had that same question, but we'll come back to that.
Yeah, okay, get through this activity and then I'll make an answer to that up.
I was just saying that we were just losing the ones.
I would lose them.
They're all different. Well, I got a red dot on the city green conversations. Are we really revisiting that?
No.
I think we should be continuing.
I don't know, I guess from my perspective is, at least what I heard from us is a genuine desire to make that work. It's a priority 1 and 2, I think 6 and 1, 2 and 8. I think some of the things that we've already approved here in the 3 will help the city green. So I think in spirit, we are trying to send out this message of clarify to the city green as a positive. So
All right, so I have at least 3 yeses.
4, you got
4
You have 4 yeses.
yeses.
Sorry, Tim.
This is what this is all about.
End of life fossil fuel heating, part of our climate bucket. 2 red dots on noise ordinance for shorthand.
Can I kind of speak to
We
that?
are happy.
I know you are. We've had residents with very serious quality of life issues for many years running, likely to have those same serious issues come up in the future with angry residents pounding at our desks again with an easy solution.
If you just want to get rid of leaf blowers and hedge trimmers and string trimmers that are gas powered, let's just do that and call it climate action if you want to, right?
Well, we can put that on the climate. That's probably not a bad idea to circle
Yeah,
as climate.
And we can do that.
I will say that there is nothing easy about this. This is
Exactly.
gonna be hard from staff. This is gonna be
Why do
lots
you
of
think it's so
council
hard?
agenda.
I don't see what's broken right now with our noise ordinance the way it is. I really don't see what's broken.
But you,
Apart from shipping of ledge, which is a really single entity, all the other arguments we heard from those people that live in that neighborhood just got me riled up. I don't want to hear gas engines. I don't want to hear airplanes. I don't want to hear this and that. It's like, well, these are facts of life. If you want your lawn mowed, right, they're going to come by with big zero turn mowers. What do you expect, right?
I didn't hear people complaining
the
about
leaf
mowers,
blowers,
but okay,
you know.
what I heard was, again, people complaining with very good reason. The chipping happening over the years and chipping likely to happen again.
And I don't disagree on shipping.
What?
I don't disagree about shipping.
Okay, so let's address it.
No, but we had to endure chipping for the intersection redo over here by the developer for a whole day. Everybody in this building who was anywhere in
Well,
the
we should
vicinity.
write a rule that says you're allowed to do it
That's
from
what I'm
the same
saying.
day
Then
by
write a
necessity.
rule
I
about
did write a
shipping.
rule. I
Don't,
recommended.
no, but don't write a general noise ordinance with performance standards and decibels and all that stuff.
Hold
You
on,
are
Tim.
in the
Just-
weeds.
Hold on, no. I wrote some very specific, there was like 3 changes, right? 3 changes that I redlined in the document I sent across substantive changes. Others was just kind of trying to figure out, honestly, I think our rules are really confusing with noise rules in one place and noise rules in a second place. Who enforces it? Residents were confused. I was confused. We could back burner that cleanup. I think it's really important. But the key thing is to write a rule so we don't have that stupid chipping again.
I don't disagree.
So can we raise that up?
Can I ask a question about that?
And I can send around again the specific thing I wrote for that.
Is there, first of all, I would imagine we have some runway to understand where there might be development and where the chipping might be part of that. Because we know ahead of time.
We know where the permits are. We don't always know where the ledge is under every inch of
But
every.
I think we have a pretty good idea. I don't know when like that Black Rock needs to start, but I know their original plan included blasting.
Now they can do chipping too, unless we do something about it.
But I guess my question was based on what you did with at least one property, if not more, that came up on Long. Do we have an opportunity before new building occurs where we believe there may be ledge to be having conversations with developers or builders or whoever you have that conversation with? Outside of a ordinance that, because I agree with you, Andrew, that is so annoying, but I just don't know how frequently that occurs, because long was the one time that residents.
Long is not done. There's another 5, 6 houses to go in. It's been going on for
But I think there's
years.
a precedent set there now, and I don't.
We can change a precedent by changing the law.
We set the rule for a maximum number of days of chipping for whatever that number is, right? Otherwise, you got to blast. And if you can't blast and you can't chip, you can't do the development, period. That's all there is to it.
I would agree with that.
So I'm changing this to we're writing a chipping prohibition ordinance. Is that
Chipping limit.
chipping limit ordinance?
Should there be municipal exemptions?
There are.
Yes.
There's already in the ordinance. There's already in the noise ordinance.
Yeah.
On top.
There already is.
Tom, you can make chipper.
I understand. There already is.
Sometimes in the right away.
Tom, you can make regulations you
You can
want.
do whatever you want.
Can we move lead blow?
I don't think that answered my question.
Fine.
Yeah. Movement.
Yeah, that didn't quite answer the question, because what I was asking is outside of an ordinance, do we have other mechanisms in place that would limit builders from chipping for long periods of time? Because I can imagine, that what got negotiated was a 3-day, no more than 3 days. And that may or may not apply by plus or minus 1 day for different properties, but some of that may go on, but is there anything in our permitting process, anything outside of an ordinance that would provide some guardrails on that don't have to be so firm that we're forcing people into blasting or not built, you know what I mean? I don't know.
So
I don't know what, we've had one example, so.
So I think, as I said to you all in executive, I think I have the authority to enter into those agreements. We have a permitting process that allows me to see what those are. Is that always gonna be 100% foolproof when somebody encounters ledge? Probably not. But we have a tool.
We have a noise ordinance too that allows us to seek an injunction for unreasonable noise. And the way we addressed it initially, I won't say initially because maybe the third go around was that I think the chipping had happened for a long period of time, stopped, happened for a long period of time, stopped, and then started up again. And the neighbors were planning to pursue an injunction in that. It just seemed like it was taking, by the time we got there, the chipping had stopped. But that's certainly no one wants to go through that process. No one wants to have to hire lawyers to go to court. And that's certainly something we could pursue. If it starts again, it just takes a little bit of time. So that's the incentive that people have. And also with that comes probably a lot of bad press. And so that's kind of our stick, if you will, to encourage people to come to the table ahead of time.
So
Okay, so I really want to move us forward because we still have some outstanding items and I want to get to this council process conversation. So we're saying yes to chipping and it limitation something and leaf blowers, hedge trimmers, string trimmers go to climate action.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, okay. It's a lot of ordinances, guys.
Yeah, I'm not on board with that at this point, but.
It seems like we're just getting into the ordinances. It sounds like we have the constraint ability to do it. I'm agreeing about the climate action. As we have this new director who can hit that. I agree, it sounds like we already have a tool.
You know how much time it's gonna save us as a city to not have to go through injunctions, and have to draft, bespoke agreements. But let's just stop chipping. We'll be able to write it. Isn't that what you were saying?
No, you were talking about leaf blowers.
Oh, no.
The leaf blowers and stuff, I think.
No, he said he thought it was okay with that. I'm talking about
I
chipping,
was
right?
thinking that as I understood it, we've used this tool. And I think the developers will see that we use this tool. So I would assume that even just the road them would rather be this tool.
Do I have 3 people saying yes to chippers?
Yes.
1, 2, 3. You can vote against it when it comes to you.
I understand.
Cemeteries. Parking lot.
With a moratorium.
Moratorium.
Get it, moratorium?
I make one comment.
I just deserve a standing ovation.
Donna's been having a conversation with a woman who she says talks about a sizable donation related to cemeteries. So you may end up, she may come back with you and talk to you more about it. I don't know what it is. I haven't gotten involved. I just know she's been talking with a lady.
Have we talked about all of them?
How about the ones that are not?
Okay, so the ones that are not. So how about you've eliminated 1, 2, 3, parking lot and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I think the ones that are not are ones we will try and make progress on and see, be kind of slightly lower priorities, but we will try and make progress on.
Sounds fair.
Sounds good.
Okay, lower priorities and progress. Good job, team.
Wow, that was impressive.
Do I need a break
What's
before
really
talking about
impressive to
governance?
me is tenacity of these 2 guys to be here. Putting up with us doing all this work, so.
I'm gonna report this back to the Bike and Ped Committee tonight. So.
All of it?
Not all of it.
Talking about bike paths, can we just take 30 seconds to come back to what Bob asked us to consider right at the very beginning?
Yes, thank you.
I mean, I think it's really, really important, but I do think it's subsumed in all the things we talk about. I think it's part of operations and maintenance to ensure that these items are done. First, I don't think it needs to be articulated as an item, but it's certainly really important to me, needs to happen. So I don't know if others feel the same way.
I think it needs to be articulated because it's not happening very well right now.
So I mean,
And I'm sorry, Tom, I don't mean
do
to be.
we want to throw this up as
saying anything bad about you
as a two? That, I mean, it's not on there now, right?
Well, you're still collecting easement signatures right along Versus Street, so that project's ongoing.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, and
You've at some point.
I know, but so what's going on with Spear Street? Is there,
Spear Street is with a consultant who is getting a plan back to us. They've been rather slow, but it's under design.
okay.
But the right of way part of that is going well.
Right away, that one's going well. We just started on Allen Road. We don't have approval to move forward yet on Heinsberg Road from the large grant we have for that one. So we're still kind of in a holding pattern until the funding's allocated from others.
Yeah.
That's 4 or 5 we just listed, right? What else?
We got Hubbard Park, we got.
Yep, the connection at Hubbard, that got DRB approval
Right.
recently.
And then we're starting, they're starting to work on, I believe, and it may be folded into the Spear. It's the crosswalk at the end of Songbird over to Dorset, and the crosswalk from Pheasant Way and piece of sidewalk over to South Point, so that those people can get across.
If this goes on the list, does it change anything for you, Tom? If you make this an item, a priority two, or from your perspective, we're doing everything we can as expeditiously as we can?
I guess it doesn't change anything for me unless you think it should. I think Bob just wants to recognize, was my interpretation.
I just want to make sure we don't take resources away from the DPW to do a lot of these other things. And to me, it seems equally important to the elevated path in city center, the path along Williston Road. And I'm not asking you to list every single project, just like all the city center projects were listed as ones. So I figured it would make the committee happy to, in its recommendation to know that we will continue to have Erica Quallen's time and other things. Now,
we've got a lot going on.
I would appreciate it. I would appreciate it if it was added, because like you said, it doesn't change anything, but it gives, I don't know, it gives money.
If this doesn't add to the workload and it provides support for our bike ped committee, I don't see any reason not to add it. So.
And also because it does flag to the public that this is a priority.
Yeah.
Yes,
I agree with that.
We're moving towards it. Again, but it's a workload management at the end of the day.
I guess what I was trying to say is just, it's going to come back to your active transportation plan that's under development. All of the things that have been identified on the safe routes to school at the moment, and kind of combining all those, integrating all those plans. In the end, we can still move forward with a certain number of projects a year, right? And those projects, if it's a long run Dorset Street easements that are needed, take longer, right? So as long as there's that recognition, I don't see a major issue, because they don't say anything specific as far as.
Then I would say then definitely do it, because it's a messaging, it's a public messaging part.
I got one more question for Tom, just in terms of the maintenance and improvement of the paths that we have, which we were talking about earlier today about route encroachments and just the surfaces being tough. What is there in the way of a maintenance plan for that right now? And how long will it be before those get addressed?
Sure. So you all have increased the budget line item for that. So like Tim pointed out earlier, we did some work at Stonehenge. We've got some other work planned at the moment. We are getting the sidewalk assessment done in October. So we'll have information about how much work is there for council to consider during the budget process. I don't know if I mentioned your question exactly, but we're kind of lining up all of this different work to improve our bike and ped infrastructure at the moment. And there is stuff in the pipeline that we're addressing with the dollars that are there at the moment. I think.
So the sidewalk survey is somebody's gonna go along every single rec path and sidewalk? Okay.
Yeah, and they're gonna use a computer, right, and little bump sensor and LiDAR and whatever other instruments they have, and they're gonna grade them, and they're gonna talk about we'll overlap that with all the other work we're doing, whether it's active transportation or safe routes, and we'll have to start picking some priorities. That's what it's gonna come down to. Where do we go with our limited resources? But thank you.
All right, I have a set of priorities. I'm gonna see if I can pull off bringing them to you on Monday night for approval. We'll see how the next 24 hours
Monday
goes.
night? There's another city council meeting?
Next week.
Give us a break. I mean, so fun.
You just never get that.
Like, there are other things in life that I either.
I'd like to.
No, you don't. You
So-
used to.
Okay, so we have 45 minutes to talk about council process and committees. I do just want to say at the end of, or getting to the end of a long day, I think on behalf of staff, it's a huge part of our identity, what we do professionally, and it's really lovely to have you all, and especially our visitors, willing to spend so much time talking and asking good questions and having debate about it. It's really fun for us. It's maybe not for him.
I'm doing some.
Governance, council procedure.
Wait, can I?
Ah,
Uh-oh.
I gotta, I gotta bring up the Affordable Housing Committee. So this committee is responsible for advising council on policy related to housing in South Burlington. This committee will not have a reason to move forward with this list of priorities. I don't think there's any ongoing work, and there is a shortage of members right now. I don't know if it's a quorum or not, but a couple of questions. One of the requests that was made from the ARPA funds was for housing needs assessment. And a couple things occurred to me as we were talking through things. And when you talk about messaging, to have no activity on affordable housing does seem a little bit inconsistent with what the needs of the community are right now. On one hand, we did make a decision to parking lot or bike rack some ARPA funds from a cultural study. And those could potentially be reallocated. I don't know what that amount was. Those also could be allocated toward the growth work that we've prioritized as a council. But I don't know if this is the only committee that is coming out of this process sort of without a charge. I guess I'd ask everybody else based on your liaison work, do you feel comfortable that your committees kind of continue to go forward with a charge?
Is this committee ripe for a name change and a function change?
So
That's up to us.
it's up to you. As I shared before when we were having the realignment discussion, lots of communities have housing committees. So affordable housing is part of it, but also looking at actually Kelsey, you're the liaison, she's way here, the breadth and depth of housing options across the city that could, including affordable housing, could be an option. And there may be planning committee work that comes out of that.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things. One, the Affordable Housing Committee as it currently stands they spend a lot of time talking about capital A affordable, so like definitionally affordable to certain housing, income levels, and little a affordable as just making housing more affordable in the community, as two related but different things. I think that there is more work there for the committee. They've also spoken about collapsing the Affordable Housing Committee and the Housing Trust Fund
That's a good idea.
Committee. And maybe that's how they become the Housing Committee, because the Housing Trust Fund request, they only meet when a request comes in. So it'd only be when those requests that they would take on that role. That's something that they had recommended, I think, back in the spring when the committee discussion was first launched, pre-fiscal year. The other thing is there is a housing item that just wasn't talked about because it wasn't greened or redded. Promote housing development and explore a Vermont Homes for All toolkit. I think there is room for them to be working on that. That's something related to kind of pre-approved plan sets and development, like sets and plans to streamline permitting for ADUs, for small duplexes, or for adding additional units on lots. So I think there is work for the Affordable Housing Committee, especially if they are not hung up as much as being the capital A affordable committee for like low income restrictions. That it's sort of more, how do we make housing more affordable in the community, and taking on the responsibility of the housing trust fund. But that was something I understood went on hold when the sort of reorganization of the missions of each of the committees was paused for a year. So that's something that the council didn't take.
Did they make recommendations to the planning commission for what the statistics were for what is inclusionary zoning, qualifications? Or where did those numbers come?
Those numbers come from the federal government.
From the federal government?
Yeah.
So what lever do they have with a capital A to affect anything?
It's more like how many are required in development, sort of, so setting the income levels and the area median income levels, that's all coming from the federal government. But say you have a development of 40 apartments, how many of them have to be affordable? Those are some of the levers that they can turn.
But the LDRs determine how many inclusionary have to be, right?
But they made recommendations to the planning commission related to those changes to the LDRs.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so that's
something that came sort of from state statute and planning commission, tasked to the Affordable Housing Committee to discuss. Their recommendations went into the draft that was drafted for the planning commission. So there is a bit of a circular review process that occurs for housing related topics in the LDRs with the Affordable Housing Committee.
I think it's important for us to have a housing in both the capital A and small A, just as a message, as a priority. I think that is reflected in our city plan. That is tied to meeting a lot of the needs that we have been related to housing. But what would you envision this group doing, both with the capital A and the lower A, and ensuring that we are maximizing? And I try to do this with the long group property, maximizing whatever funds we spend or whatever decisions we make to increase the availability of this, especially in the purchasing sense.
Yep.
So people have a way to come in and buy equity and be a part of our city.
Yep. So they provided feedback on the regulations that set a lower number of affordable units if they are ownership units. So it more encourages ownership units instead of rental units if it's possible in a condominium sort of situation generally. That's where some of these questions about Vermont Homes for All toolkit is something that comes from the state, but if the city sort of moved forward and adopted something along those lines, it reduces engineering costs, it reduces permitting costs. There's some of those external costs that bring housing unit costs down. They've also had discussions about city permitting and impact fees and how if those should be tweaked one way or the other for affordable housing, whether capital A affordable or just under a certain, purchase price or various things like that. And they very much have their.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
So it sounds like Kelsey has some really good ideas about what a housing committee.
I have a lot of things.
Could do.
And they have
why don't we bring you a recommendation on a realigned committee that's Housing Trust Fund, Affordable Housing Committee, expanded to as a housing committee with some deliverables.
And
maybe we would need to interview.
And you do have a quorum right now, but you do have 3 vacancies as well. So once we made the change, we would post it.
But I think once you have the mandate and the mandate is public, it helps create the enthusiasm.
I will say there's a parallel process of Andy, our communications director, is updating the committee websites. So like all of the different committees' websites will be fairly standardized and have important information and be more usable and readable. Will help with the recruiting as sort of an information dissemination tool.
And if we rejuvenate it with the trust, with the Housing Trust Committee or whatever, it's just.
Yeah. Housing Trust.
Maybe they can think about working with the Energy Committee on the energy audits, right? Or some framework for that, and talk to the rental registry, right? Because rentals registry is generating a lot of interesting information about the status of units. Right?
Yep, and I think that's something possibly, and Jesse can correct me, that the data person may be able to do some of that sort of management of databases and communication between different, departments and committees about sharing that kind of information once that person is more up and running and on board.
So I think it's a good idea. I just want to make sure that this expanded committee doesn't feel licensed to continue this conservation versus housing debate as their primary function. If you go on the Affordable Housing committee website today, all the articles that they list, all the information is all about this debate. And I just.
It's about what?
The debate, right? You know, it's all the, if you go on they have on the city's website, they link to all the articles that were written in the city over the past decade, talking about why we shouldn't conserve land, why we should build more, or, you know, weighing in on that debate. I want to make sure that this housing committee doesn't think that's their primary function to continue to weigh in on that debate.
Where do you see that? I would say
city website.
part of the cleaning up of the website is as at one point before I was involved and before Jesse was involved in any of this, there was a lot more license to kind of use committee websites as, you know, bulletin boards.
Yes.
So some of that is part of what Andy is cleaning up.
Good.
And I'll say the current members of the committee, one or two individuals notwithstanding, are not thinking in that way, and that is something that the planning commission is also not taking on in that same vein.
We'll clean that up.
Thank you.
We'll wrap it up on committees then. I guess 2 questions. I heard something about the dog committee. I spoken or hiatus. Don't you with any other committees? And back to our question about the role of community liaison and communication priorities from the city council. Are we clear on how that's going to work, or is that something you're going to flesh out?
So the common area for dogs does not currently have enough members to have a quorum. So that we had suggested they roll into recreation and parks that had a lot of applicants. They don't want to do that. They want to be on hiatus for a year. So that's where.
And that's their choice, or can we encourage? Because it does seem to be a public space and fall under the.
Well, you could direct them for sure. That's what Betty requested.
Is there a downside to having them just go on hiatus for a year?
Well, if we're doing the master plan for parks and space, then we have to revisit after the fact if we're gonna, address this issue of more dog parks. I mean, the one thing that I took away from her presentation was there was a general consensus that the best thing is to put dogs in controlled environments of dog parks. And is it possible to increase the number of them?
I didn't take that from a person.
Really, that's all.
Not at all. Not the opposite.
Look at the 800. Look at I guess maybe I should say, if you look at the polling, that's with 500. That was the biggest response. We may not have characterized that way, but if you look at the polling data, when they flashed up on the screen, it was 500 favored more access, more dog parks to let them off. So if we're talking about use of public space, it sounds like might as well plan holistically, which is this master plan is supposed to be, as opposed to plan it and then revisit it and move on. So that's.
At your direction, I will happily bring a resolution to combine the 2 committees. I really want to get to this governance conversation because I think.
Okay, sorry, say.
Yeah. I just did.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Clean it up.
And then Betty will keep people engaged throughout the,
we still
throughout the master planning.
We still have a plan for the feral dog park.
Under review by DRB now.
Oh, really? So it could happen next spring, maybe?
Yeah, there's some paving there, so I don't know if we want to start now, once we get approval.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay.
Are we ready? Are
Ready.
you avoiding this conversation?
No.
At the end of the day, what changes council process? What did you get a good word for earlier? Council process?
Our meetings don't go long enough. I just want to come. We need to get.
Minor process changes. Yes.
You started.
I'll start. I mean, again, these are just some observation. I don't think these are material in any way. It maybe just potentially more efficient. Agenda planning. One of the thoughts I had from my past experience is maybe to include an agenda item that references the next agenda. So basically there becomes a 2-week lead time where we would have an opportunity as a council to review what the proposed agenda is for the following meeting. And that would give us a little more time if we aren't looking at the agenda planner on the website on a routine basis as things get added to sort of understand at one meeting what's going to be showing up. And then to be looking for materials to prepare for that or doing our own work to prepare for that. So it would be adding an agenda item that includes
A preview,
proposed agenda. Yeah.
a preview for what we know.
Yes.
Because it would definitely, I mean, there's probably a couple of things that they know are going to be there or that they plan on being there, but then there's things that. So.
Yeah.
But you're not asking for the attachments of things, you're just asking for what
Just
the
the
topics are.
Yeah.
I think that also complements what you did, and when you sort of started writing the agenda in a much more sort of simplified language, clear action, non-action, and simplifying. I think this is part of also not only us knowing that what's coming down the pipe, though you do it with the planner. It's also telling community members, hi, 2 weeks from now, if you're interested, instead of flying on Thursday, if you're interested for Monday, Monday's already scheduled, or I have a regular activity Monday and I can change.
Is that just copying the agenda planner into the
At least that would be public.
Yeah.
agenda?
But do you anticipate it being a discussion item on for me, the question would be, is it a discussion item added to every agenda? So it's another item for you
One more
to discuss.
discussion.
It should be no more than a couple minutes,
Yes.
right, at the most, right? Because it's just
Look at that face.
we can put it during other business if you want.
Well, that may be the best place for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the right spot for it. But in fairness, it is, I'll speak for myself, it is a little bit of a prompt if I haven't seen something I'm expecting to see to say, is this the right agenda to put this item on, or when will it be showing up or something to that effect? But so it might be a minute or two, but I would hope it wouldn't be long.
There must be an agenda skeleton that goes out like a month.
So we
agenda
use the
planner?
agenda planner,
Yeah,
that's what staff
right.
uses,
But-
and then we put it together on the Tuesday or Wednesday before. It's in my inbox right now to share with you.
When you share with them every Thursday, doesn't that show them, doesn't that give you the preview, that gives you the preview? The one you send out every week gives you the following several months.
It's a whole year,
It's a whole
town
year out.
meeting, town
I
meeting.
think it's also, from my perspective, it's also letting the public know a little bit more. I mean, we're trying to do things to be sure that people feel like, participate or, accept that what goes forward, you chose not to participate. And I think that just builds greater sort of buy-in and sustainability or sort of.
Yeah,
So
and the
we would be
way-
cutting and pasting what's on the agenda planner
Yeah.
into the agenda, and then you can have your own discussion about it. And I am happy to do that. That's not a big heavy lift for us at all. With a huge caveat that things change.
Yeah,
Like
of
things
course.
change day to day until that agenda is published. So as long
And I
as,
think that's honestly the issue I have with the agenda planner right now is I have to keep going back because it populates.
Continuously.
Yes.
Just say no.
But I don't know that that would change with us putting it on your agenda
No.
and then we want to speak for Jesse, but like, just thinking about our leadership meetings, like with all good intention, we go and to Jesse and Steve and say, we have this and Colin and I have reviewed these documents and they're in another party's hands, but we really think it's going to be ready for next Thursday. And then it's just not.
But I think.
So the public might get upset.
But if you say notionally, I think to me, if I'm the public, if I always find out on Thursday or Friday, when I look at it, that something's gonna be on Monday, and it's very important to me. I'm sort of agitated that, why am I only be given 3 days to do it? So in terms of sense of saying, you've had 2 weeks' notice, if you have 2 weeks and you can't refigure your schedule, it's really not that important.
so we do try and in City News put out the next two the high level things on the next two upcoming council meetings. Not like you're approve this grant, but like LDR public hearings, those kinds of things. I think we should try it and see
It's
how it
another way, I mean,
goes.
this is all about
And-
communicating.
Yeah, and I think we will just need to be a little more careful. We might be more conservative.
Cautious about what we
Yeah.
commit to.
Yeah, so we may slow things down a little bit in them getting to you. But we'll see how it goes.
I just want to say, okay. I appreciate the fact that the agendas are going out on Front Porch Forum now, right? So even that was Ryan Doyle's idea, I think, pretty much, right? Because he said that he didn't appreciate, he said, huh, was it yours? Really?
Yeah.
But he didn't, he raised the point about putting a piece of paper at Hannaford.
He said at the.
For price chopper, right, less paper, more like. So you're taking, anyway, so I think that's really good for the public to have it in FBF, right? And also, does it put on the community watch page or do you wait for somebody else to?
No, we don't.
You don't do that, okay. All right, go ahead, sorry, Colin.
I missed part of the conversation. I apologize. I stepped out, but what I'm hearing is that we're putting the agenda planner on the.
No. We're putting just the look ahead for the next meeting, just the bullet points of the agenda.
And it's notional, no,
But the school does, the school does this, right?
right. So
Okay,
try to.
then that's not my concern was alleviated. Thank you.
It's under other/future business.
So another one, which I think generally a good job's being done, but the prep materials in advance of the meeting. And I don't know if any of that stuff can come before Thursday, as it's prepared. But just making.
To give us more time.
So we have.
Yeah, it feels steepler.
You can feed it to us in little pieces.
So we can do that. We can give you the agenda a week out, which means you're adding 3. Basically, you will never be able to go one agenda item to one meeting to another meeting for a decision. You'd always be lapping yourself a meeting. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So for us, what that would mean is we have a late night council meeting on Monday night. We're spending Tuesday and Wednesday preparing for the next council meeting, and then we have a week, the second week off to do real work, sorry. And then we're back on that schedule. No? Thank you, Bob. So it will slow you down. We can do it. I know it's a lot. I know it's a time. It's why we're trying to give you things on Thursday. We have blown that deadline the last 2 weeks.
For me, that, again, maybe just other people have been on this different things for a long time, but it really, I mean, it's, I'm 6 months into this. And, it's just such a learning curve, and it requires to basically, tell hi for the next day or a day and a half on not doing anything else, but trying to come up to speed in there, hitting you guys with endless questions or asking for clarification meetings or doing research. And I'm not sure that leads to the most efficient decision making. I think even when we're in city council meetings, I'm even using those times to ask questions because I'm not really clear on it. And I think, at least I feel that I have an obligation to the city residents to be as informed as possible to make cognizant decisions or conscientious decisions. And I think for me, at least, it would definitely help to get the information sooner. And I don't think that anything is a hair on fire. We should not be in a situation where we just have to make decisions, and just, there'll be the rare occasions. But I think most thing is, I think what this whole meeting is about is to create some sort of tempest of work, some predictability and some expectation as we move out.
Invoices.
Yeah, the invoices.
Manifest is not gonna work. You're not gonna get them to manifest.
Yeah, that's the.
But I mean, some, in terms of the disbursements and stuff, that's one thing. But in terms of things that require some knowledge or some, sort of more.
We do have that website where you load documents. Right, if there are, documents that are important, that contain lots of information that maybe are done and don't need to await publishing the final agenda with everything else that takes time, can you just load those up onto the website when they're done in advance and
anything that gives more time to review.
Keep the agenda coming out. Keep the agenda coming out on Thursdays, but if there's a big document that's been worked on and it's ready to go, just throw it onto the website and let us know that it's sitting there.
That's definitely much management, much more management.
So put it on the share drive.
SharePoint, yeah.
And again, these are just some observations.
Sorry, last thing, if it's put on the shared drive, we just check back every day, or when you'd add something to the shared drive?
We would send you.
Okay, thanks.
One of the other areas I noted is to me, it's a minimum hurdle for action items, particular things that are warned for action, that the staff, city staff will need to have developed a recommendation to council or developed some kind of review with the things we just talked about first thing this morning of professional expertise and implications and the things we talked about. So particularly on warned action items, I feel like that minimum hurdle should have an opportunity to be there.
Most of those include a motion though, right?
Mhm.
And I mean, most of the action items, I think now that comes from the attorney, there's a motion in the materials someplace, which to me comes with what I would say, I don't want to say recommendation because some issues, sorry, I jumped in.
I think we're doing, to Steve's point, I think we're doing that for most of them. You just want to be sure that we're doing it for all of them. Is that true, or do you not feel like we're doing them for most of them?
Well, I have to say, you know, some of these are coming from the Longview project, honestly.
Right, so we're not gonna, I mean, we're not gonna give you something like that. To me is one of those ones that you're gonna get a council.
I mean, using that one specifically, I didn't know till the September 3rd meeting that city staff had not received documents. So that's a good example that, and again, it's just recent and it's one, and you know, you can argue that whatever happened, but I would like that not to happen again.
So there are very rarely, I mean, I think it's happened maybe 4 or 5 times since you all have been seated. There's an agenda item that I put council request on, which is a request coming from Tim or 2 of you, put this agenda item on. And often that's not something that's coming from us. We don't have. So I think what you're asking for is when there are those things, if we have no knowledge, we just acknowledge that we have no knowledge or something like that.
Or at least inform us soon, because I remember in this particular case, again, I learned about it when someone asked to see me, shared me with information. I came, it's not my background. I'm not in a position to judge it. And obviously when someone's sharing it with it, they have, their own perspective, which I respect, but I'm just trying to get another perspective. And then when I came, to meet with you, said, what does this mean? It was like, oh, we don't have this document. So you cannot give me a feedback. So then I'm put in this position of somehow becoming an expert, make a judgment on something that intrinsically is good, but have we maximized all the possibilities? Have we run all the traps, and try to avoid those kinds of situations?
That's an absolute no-win position for us. On those issues, it's an absolute no-win.
Well, agreed, but to say it slightly differently, to push back on that a little, just using Longview, because I think that's what a lot of this is. You all were getting documents from constituents that were asking you to do something. Please ask constituents to send those to us, to say, have you talked to the city staff? We are your paid negotiators. We are your paid project managers. We want to provide feedback. Please ask folks to engage with us if they're not already saying, we met with Paul, we met with Jesse, we met with Kelsey, we met with Steve, da, 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 da. So I would push that back on you a little bit
So they're coming to meet with us.
To take.
We should be asking, have you met with Jesse? Have you met with Paul?
Yes, if it's something
And
that's
is this
going to.
information already shared before we get to a meeting?
Yes, if it's something that the council's being asked to do, if it's just like you're somebody, you're having coffee with somebody and they're talking to you about whatever, no.
Right.
But if it's something that that's going to result in council action, please redirect.
Look, unfortunately, that group is not the A-team process, right? So it's,
They're amateurs doing a professional
it's
job.
not a great example of how we should.
Well, and I think that, I felt like I asked a question and the response was yes. So again, when I found out there was nothing, it was.
But having said that, put that example aside, I disagree a little bit. I think we need to be nimble enough that if there are council requests and we want to bring something up and it may be something that has some, time constraints around it and staff hasn't yet had the opportunity to digest it. We're all, experienced folks. That's why we got here. That's why we're elected, to be able to digest things. And if we have questions, to flip them back. We need to be nimble enough to be able to digest those kinds of situations as well.
Andrew, in response to that, so I was saying, if this is something that, a couple people are putting on the agenda, they've already put in the time and investment, they figured it out. That's why they're putting it on the agenda. And then the people who are going to have to take decisions related to that find out after the fact. They don't have the same amount of time, just a few days before. And in some cases, coming to council, again, this example I showed, and they said, sorry, can't comment on this. This is the first time I've seen this. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not an expert in zoning. I'm not an expert.
And you articulate that and you say, I need more data and I can't make a decision. So that's fine, we move on.
Which does help the no-win situation for us thing.
None of us are experts.
I think the degree to which we can help inform the decision, I think is just in the best interest of the city.
I'm just saying, it's not gonna be every time that the city is gonna have the opportunity to digest.
And again, I, at least for one, I would, take your counsel very well, and I hope everyone else that if someone comes to you with something, and even if they seem to suggest that, this has been an active discussion with the city, we basically check on that or to be sure that's the case, to try to avoid these surprises.
Look, a little bit of chicken and egg. I'll give you my own example of the noise ordinance, because I did send it across a couple of times, but Jesse, I think probably said, I don't want to look at it because I don't know how the council feels yet. And so I was stuck, so I sent it to you guys. How do we feel about it, right? I mean, it's like kind of a little recursive game.
But actually, that's a good example though, because you shared it like amongst all the constituents. So at least you all had the same level of information. I think with this one we're talking about, we were caught flat-footed.
Oh, yeah.
There's a group that knew something but then another group's coming to us to look for information and we can't answer. And now suddenly we're the ones going, well, can't answer the question, never a place you want to be.
They were not the 18.
Well, and I think the last area I had was really the issue of when something new gets introduced, whether it's council request or whether it's, I don't know when it would come up, but maybe having a discipline around no action without going in a first, when something's first introduced. And that allows for a couple of things. One, to allow staff to provide feedback, but also to allow the public to know about something that might be introduced the first time and to weigh in. And I don't have specific examples there that were action related, but well, I probably would use the noise ordinance because I think you wanted action on that one, right?
Oh, absolutely not. No, I want you to share information.
No, sorry, I misinterpreted. Did you say you wanted action at that?
At that night?
Yeah.
That would have been amazing, but completely unanticipated and unexpected.
You got what you expected. But anyway, so it's really a timing issue of, has information been shared not only with council, but in public? So there's an opportunity for interested public to weigh in at some point and being planful about the time public has to weigh in. And I think about the reading of the ordinances on the meters. I mean, a community you lived in, it took 3 readings, public readings, before that concern percolated up. So that's quite a bit of lead time on something that had a lot of visibility. And again, I don't know that every issue will have that same level of public interest, but.
So I had a conversation with Jesse about this the other day, about when and how to introduce something for council's consideration and how many meetings it has to go through and how many meetings do we want to have on different things. And one scenario that Jesse laid out to me was if in the other business section of our meeting, I or a couple of us or whatever have something we want to bring forward as a suggestion. If it gets brought up at that point, that gives the council a chance to say, yes, this is something we want to have on the next agenda, or it isn't. And then that gives the 2 weeks to get information disseminated, have staff give input on it so that it comes to the next meeting and we're prepared to either discuss or take action. And that can streamline rather than having to have 2 of us put it on an agenda, then we talk about it and say, yes, we're going to move forward. And then it has to go to another agenda in terms of efficiency of moving things through the system. So I just wanted to to point that out as a way to bring forward something that might be of consideration and be able to have an efficient process moving it forward.
Which I think is really aligned to having the next agenda items, all of the other business agendas. So
Right.
you could say, I also want to add da-da-da-da.
Yes.
We should not have a learn Thursday, must make decision Monday. I mean, that should not really be, not only not the norm, but not even the extreme rare exception.
So, did you have more on your list?
That was kind of my thoughts.
I just wanted to revisit, this is process. I wanted to revisit the committee, council interaction and liaison. Being a liaison, I've had some notion of what I was supposed to be doing. But whether committees are feeding stuff, whether it's the back and forth between committees and council, or whether council is just directing committees. But when I'm at a committee meeting and they start talking about something that they want to initiate, how that information flow is supposed to come back and forth between council and committees, and what my role is supposed to be in that. I know there's concern about liaisons acting on their own agenda as opposed to representing the council. But I just, being new at it, I want to know what I don't know. So putting it out there that way and.
Well, now we've got this document, but we'll have it soon.
Yeah.
Which will guide a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe not answer all the questions, and some committees maybe don't have assignments on these policy priorities, so we'll have to talk about those, but this should help, right?
That will help.
So can I just read you some things from your policy?
Yeah.
So each policy committee is supposed to have an annual work plan aligned to this, as Andrew just suggested. The council liaison job description, a set of bullets, reads as follows. So you shall be appointed by majority vote of the council. The only one that's determined is the chair, always serves as the liaison to the planning commission. You do not vote as part of the public body unless you specifically be appointed with that ability. So for example, I think, Andrew, correct me if I'm wrong, on the climate task force, maybe the council liaison voted. Sometimes there are times when the council liaison votes, but for most policy committees, you don't vote. Work with the staff liaison and council chair to guide the body's work to ensure it is aligned with the council policy goals and is aligned to the annual policy priorities and strategies. Support the chair in bringing items of the committee to the council. The council liaisons are not expected to attend every public meeting. However, to the extent they do, they are tasked with speaking on behalf of the council and providing direction in accordance with the council approved direction. Now, to be fair, you all didn't, the council established these bylaws. That was done in 2022.
Okay, so in terms of, again, is clarifying these words. I mean, when this, again, before here, I sat in and watched different committees when I first moved here. And, there was a broad range of how liaisons would interact. Some would say direction from the council, or if they were asked questions. Others were active participants or suggested possible solutions. I guess I was always torn with the idea that I thought the committees were bodies that were supposed to be assigned a task and then independently come back to us with their thoughts based on that task. So therefore, I sort of assumed that the liaison's job was to say, okay, are they staying within the guided parameters? And then basically report back the status as we do at every council meeting. This is where they are, this is what's coming up. Or I guess we have this added case, they would like to pursue a new agenda. Do we, the council, basically charge with that agenda? Which is different than sort of an active role of participation in formulating discussion, because I thought it was an opportunity to have independent thought. I'm just trying to understand if that is the proper definition.
Not sure. So the policy committees are supposed to do that.
They were given a charge and they're supposed to come back with their independent perspective on what that charge was.
Oh, yeah, recommendations, proposals, yeah.
Sometimes in watching the different committees, I saw sometimes where committee chairs would sit there and they'd listen, and then I would hear that in the council, they would report back what was the stage of development. In other cases, I saw them actively participating in the discussion. So I just was trying to understand where that line.
So,
You're talking
okay,
about
I got
liaison.
The liaison.
Liaisons.
Yes.
So I understand the question. You all are your own individual politicians. The 5 of you before were your own individual politicians. As much as I would like to dictate how you behave as counselors, I can't do that. So what we've tried to do is establish bylaws that say, here's how you are supposed to act in those roles. It is up to you all to hold each other accountable to acting in those roles. There's no sanction if somebody does it a different way.
In what you read, I didn't hear that liaisons are supposed to stay silent and not participate. Is that right?
Oh, no, I don't think there's, I think maybe the nuance here is, no, I don't think that you're supposed to stay silent. I think you're supposed to actively work to ensure that that to provide information, to provide guidance, to provide, informational resources and ensure that their work is aligned to the council's work.
Right.
I think that there have been times, I think what you're getting at is there have been times where council liaisons are speaking as themselves and their own political positions, not necessarily that which the council has adopted.
Yes.
And you are your own individual politician. So it's not, it is a gray area how you hold that role.
Yep.
I sat in with Lori on the Park and Recs committee meeting the other day, and I did learn some interesting things from an expectations of committees around maybe the liaisons proactively communicating when agenda items might be coming up that might be of interest to have committee attendees come to or listen to or whatever. And then when there might be some actions warned or things in the pipeline that the liaison is becoming aware of that might also be of interest to the committee. So that was something I know I made a mental note to say I should be more proactive about that myself.
And I followed up with Adam on that. And I think one thing that's important that I'm just starting to do is that the liaison from the council and the staff support person do more communicating together, because a lot of that is stuff that it's appropriate for the staff person to be giving to the committee. So there's a give and take about how that happens.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the staff liaisons would love to have a very close working relationship with the council liaisons.
Yeah. Bob, you have a comment?
Yeah, just not to get into the weeds, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to. For instance, the Bike and Pet Committee comes up with a list of 10 safety recommendations. Do they give those, well, and I know there's policy versus detail in the weed things. But do they present those to the liaison who brings those recommendations, if they're policy, to the council? And or is it the job of the committee to get on the agenda? Or is it just that they're supposed to give it to their staff liaison and then who knows, it goes into a black hole because that's happened?
I'd like.
You should get on the council agenda as often as you can. I'm serious. Get your voice in front of the council. That's the way to make things happen.
As opposed to going through your
I want to try to answer that question to see if I got.
So can I just interject in that? Yes, but let me get to, so Bike and Pet is unique because there are operational weeds that you guys are talking about a lot that aren't council, that don't need council action. They're just working with Eric on fine tuning things. I don't think all those things need to go through the council. I think that's a waste of everybody's time. I hope the staff liaisons are just being responsible for that. But to the extent that you have policy recommendations, I would say in partnership with your council liaison and staff liaison, get it on an agenda and let's go.
Such things like I'll get in the weeds too much. Every fog line and crosswalk that needs painting gets done every year. That's policy, I believe, not weeds.
I think that was the budget.
It's a budget setting process,
Yeah.
right? So we do as much as we can with that budget.
Okay, so we bring that at budget time.
But that's council's most powerful policy document, in my opinion, right? That's.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing in this, and this is just getting clear for myself also, if I'm working with a committee and they have come up with some policy ideas that they want to run by council, my understanding is the first step would be for me to bring that back as the liaison and say, this is what's been going on in the committee. They would like to know if this is something that the council wants to move forward on, and taking that step before the committee gets on the agenda to make the presentation that the council hasn't yet said they want to
Drill
hear.
down and do a lot of work,
What's that?
or even drill down and do a lot of work,
Right.
because it's about giving them the charge.
Right. So that the committee isn't just coming to the council with work that they've done that the council isn't expecting. Peter?
As a council chair, I would suggest that the chair or another council representative, together with the liaison, approach the council.
The committee chair?
The committee chair.
Yeah.
To present whatever it is to be presented. Because it's really the committee, not liaison, who's making the recommendation.
Yeah.
And I treat the council liaison as, while we're processing something, a go-between to the council if there's a question or guidance question. But in essence, that person becomes like the public when it comes to participation in the committee discussion. I treat that council liaison as another member of the public for making comment. At least that's how I've looked at it. I don't know how other chairs see it or view it, or if that's the right way to do it. But that's just how I've looked at it.
Makes sense to me.
One more thing about process.
I thought we were gonna get out 3 minutes early. I'm sorry.
So I think this meeting was really great, and some of the freer discussions that we've had around items that have not really been able to move forward as well. And the free discussions lubricated some of those items away, which allowed them to move forward. And you can't have those discussions really, at a more formal council meeting, for whatever reason. And maybe it's just a nature of the chairs, or I don't know, but like, you just can't. So this retreat was great, but I'd suggested before, I'd love to have, and I know it's a time commitment, it could be once a month, every 2 months, a working session with the council that's similar to this. Not a lot of prep. I don't want to burden staff, but where we can have freer discussions about issues that merit a lot of back and forth to figure out.
I agree. I think I suggested quarterly at a minimum would be a very constructive way to do it. I mean, again, it's a time commitment, but I think the time commitment put in on this will lead to benefits in terms of the time put into city council meetings, because there'll be a lot more clarity and an agreement on what we're focusing on, and even the parameters of what is to be decided. And I think that's going to be very true when we come to the budget session. So I, for one, would be happy to quarterly, or the timing can be as you decided based on, the amount of clarity you want among us before you tackle another big challenging point, whether it's the agenda or the budget.
Might be good as needed. If we have a lot of stuff on the plate that people need to be, we could educate on.
Try that, but I think it's valuable.
I was talking to someone who was on a council in another state, and they had once a month just a
Work
a
session.
work session.
That's very common.
They had their two meetings.
I've had similar discussions.
They had their two meetings, and then once a month, they had a work session where they could just get together and look at each other and say, what do you think about this? How do we, how do we have the chance to just chew the fat on this? So when we have our council meeting, we can actually make informed decisions.
Do you think it's easier because it's this format? Because
I don't know.
What you just said, I mean, because you really have that opportunity anytime. Is it just because of the
Look,
format?
we could put on the, an agenda, a half hour for chit chat, open discussion among council about issues. I think, right, that would form a working group. That would allow us to have this kind of more discussion. But the way the council agendas are structured, they are very structured. And there's not this opportunity
I think it's
to things
because
around the way we did today.
the agenda is so full on our meetings
Right.
that to sit around and just talk about what's important, we go to till 11 o'clock anyway, so where are we gonna do that?
The dynamic is very
As
different.
opposed to, we have an open schedule where we're getting together to talk about whether it's growth or whether it's climate or whether it's whatever it is that's pertinent at the time.
And it lends itself much more to getting information, because the city council meetings, as a general rule, are at some point, and usually in some of it is about decision-taking action. So that creates a certain sort of momentum, a certain time, and also there's a much more active role, and yes,
And honestly, having the Milky Ways and the Reese's also really helps.
So an option would be every 2 months or something, doing a dinner beforehand. We could meet here at 5, we could serve you, order in some kind of dinner, have an open working
Meeting with
working discussion, and then go downstairs at 6:20 and do your regular meeting.
And this would have to be, that dinner would be broadcast.
It has to be public, it has to be recorded, it has to be all those things. but-
Besides eating in public, which is sometimes embarrassing. In terms of how you raise.
Feed you, I was
But
trying to-
for me also, it becomes a little bit the time issue. I mean, I have a child that I'm responsible, so, today is perfect, 9 to 3 is, I have this magic, I'm like Cinderella at 3 o'clock, I have to disappear.
I mean, I love
Let's
eating,
experiment.
but it does kind of conflict with talking.
Okay, that's fine.
I think trying different things is great. And the other thing I think it affords us is an opportunity to really get to know each other and what we're bringing besides just our nuts and bolts stuff that helps us find where our common ground is. And I think we need that a lot.
You may want to have this as part of somewhere in the budgeting day too. We never built that into the budget calendar. But I could see with some decisions that you may be having to make this year, wanting to have some time where you have this type of forum versus a prescriptive time.
Yeah, I'm almost wondering, so you'll have the budget retreat date at Thursday.
Right.
And then you have a regular council meeting the following Monday night, and I'm wondering, and the budget day is really for the departments to present to you their budgets. I'm wondering if the following Monday night is that's the only item on the agenda is work session about the budget.
Can we do it here?
Yeah, we can do it up here. We still do need to allow access, if it's a night meeting about the budget.
There's something about the structural layout. Physicality.
We're talking to each other different instead of like talking to each other via.
The planning commission used this room several times during the city plan process for exactly that reason. Instead of being kind of a flat setup in the auditorium, being in the kind of more
It does help.
round table.
You're seeing.
I wonder if there's also just a table solution. I think a work session is good, but I'm also wondering if there's just a table solution that would be better. Sorry?
Work at Camelot. We are the shining star.
Camelot.
Well, up to the end. The end got a little sticky.
Right.
Are we done? No, are we gonna do that?
Oh,
I think we should do that before we go.
Any other
Sorry.
business? Any other business?
I'm thankful for Andrea's hard work setting up all the beverages and the lunch. Thank you, Andrea.
I'm thankful for our two members of the public and active committee people for showing up and sitting with us today.
I'm thankful for everyone's, from the public to the staff to fellow councilmen's very open and frank discussion. We definitely learned a lot, and that's what I think is so critical to this process.
I'm thankful for the heartfelt commitment, really, of everyone here to make this a better place. I said it before, and I really mean it. We're a respectful community. Meetings like this, discussions like this show it. I don't think this can happen in many places. And it's amazing to be a part of it.
I am once again blown away by the heart and soul that everybody in this room brings to the work we're doing. Whether they're volunteers or paid staff or members of the community that are just sharing their goodwill. It's pretty amazing, and I'm really grateful for the work we got done today.
Staff wanna go?
I'm very thankful that you agreed to some sort of. My life would have been in crisis.
This, I thought the only comment is next time you can have 5 red dots and 2 green dots.
I'm also thankful that as a country, we have a new citizen today.
Assuming you pass the test.
He passed. All right, thank you all very much.
Thank you.